Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Special Finance and Audit Committee meeting to order. Recognize that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation. Our clerk this morning will be Ms. Karen Robertson. Today's Special Finance and Audit Committee meeting will be held in accordance with the Community Charter and Council Procedure Bylaw 2018, number 7272. As the province is now in Phase 3 of the reopening plan, question period has been reinstated for those in attendance for agenda items only. The question period sign-up sheet is on the table by the double doors to my left. If during the meeting any member of the gallery has a question regarding an agenda item, please write down your name and the agenda item on the sheet. And at the start of question period, I will call those who have signed up to the podium to address council. And the first item on the agenda is the introduction of late items. I understand we have none. Ms. Robertson, thank you. A motion for adoption of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Martman, seconded by Councillor Hemmons. All those in favor? Any contrary? None. Motion carries. We're on to presentations. Mr. Rudolph, good morning.
Good morning, Your Worship. It's my turn to introduce today. So again, today is thank you for taking the time to read all the materials, and staff certainly put a lot of effort into preparing for today. The drill will be similar to what Friday was. It's an outlay of actually three of our larger departments: the Development Services Group, the Parks, Rec and Culture, and then Engineering and Public Works. Will review the State of the Union, that is what is in our business plans, and this is part of the collection of information that will be helpful for Council when it goes through its decision-making process later in this budgetary session, which will start next Wednesday. I think it is. So turn it over to the Development Services folks, and it's actually quite an interesting summary. And as you and I were discussing yesterday, you always learn something when you listen to these presentations. Even if you do it, you listen and I didn't see that, or you think of a question. So that's hopefully will stimulate some discussion today, and otherwise it is pretty straightforward. And I know Council's familiar with just about everything in these documents, but it puts it all together in a current state. So look forward to the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rudolph. And the first is the, as I say, 2022 Department Business Plan presentations. And the first up is Development Services and Mr. Lindsay. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Worship, Council. Happy to be here and once again give you an overview of Development Services, where we've been in the last year and where we're looking forward to in 2022. I'm only going to have a couple of the first slides that I'll introduce, of course, just giving an overview of the division itself. I don't know if we can have the next slide, or do I? Thank you. The division itself is separated into two departments, the Community Development Group, so that's led by Director Bill Corson, and you'll hear from him shortly. And then the second department is the Development Approvals, and that's Director Jeremy Holm was also with us this morning, and they'll each be walking through their departments. Just an overview of the entire division and just a couple of things, and you'll see this theme repeated from us this morning. We're about 7.6% of the projected overall city budget for. And you'll see here, though, that a very large portion of our budget goes towards wages and benefits. We, unlike the other two divisions you'll hear from this morning, which have a lot of projects, a lot of capital, we tend not to do those projects. We're more on policy development and development approval. So large chunks of our budget go just towards our most important asset, which is our staff. And I think, Your Worship, with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Corson and ask him to walk through his department.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lindsay. Mr. Corson, good morning.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council. Okay, all set here. Yeah, so our section has a number of interrelated departments and a few departments that kind of serve the rest of the organization as well. So we have the Permit Center, which is managed by Ms. Heidi Davidson, and she has 4 staff that look after business licensing plus deal with all the front counter inquiries for permits and stuff like that. Community planning, you're very familiar with Lisa Bulpal Singh and her Herculean efforts on all the work that she does, whether it's community planning or social planning or work with our local First Nations. Bylaw services managed by Dave LeBurge, and he has our bylaw officers plus all our parking staff and our municipal enforcement officers. Again, very busy department dealing with our homeless issues and just dealing with neighborhood disputes. The economic development section right now reports through myself, as does the real estate section. And we're in the process of establishing the sustainability manager section, and we just got confirmation today that looks like we have a person in that position by the end of the year, so that's quite exciting. So that's the overview of our group. Like Mr. Lindsay was mentioning, most of our budget goes towards wages and benefits, but we do have some large services put in there, which is the Systems Planning Organization and the Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation. So that's why you see those being larger items.
Mr. Corson, can I ask a question? It's probably more to Ms. Mercer in some respects. Just out of curiosity, can anyone comment in terms of your section of the budget and the way cities and municipalities are organized? Your share of the budget any worse or better or out of line with other communities of similar size?
Your Worship, I can't comment without looking at other municipalities. So I can't actually answer that.
And Your Worship, I think it'd be hard to actually compare it just with the range of sections we have with the bylaws services team, with economic development, with the real estate groups. I think in other organizations you'll find those aren't necessarily grouped together. So it'd be hard to compare it, I think.
Your Worship, I could comment on that. Because having just come from a city, it's about 1/3 larger than this. This is a common way to delineate urban planning departments. You know, you have your development side and your policy side. On the policy side, it really depends what's aggregated in there. In this case, we also have bylaw enforcement, and so it ranges. It really ranges, but there's usually a solid core of policy planners that can do work on OCPs, neighborhood plans, heritage work, all the similar things. Some municipalities are more involved in the social issues as well, not all, just some. So it really depends on what the priorities are for the community, but it is important to have a healthy community planning group that is able to take on some of those assignments that, as you know, come up. So I'd say we're average.
Thank you.
So I'm going to take you through some of the achievements that the team have worked on over this year, and certainly it's just really a highlight of some of the key activities. So I don't think I need to introduce Reimagine Nanaimo to Council. You're very familiar with all the work that's been going on, the cross-departmental nature of this project, the outreach that's been taking place with the community, and the goal of coming back with an integrated city plan for our community. Again, Ms. Bulpal Singh has led that team and been able to bring together different departments to kind of, under a coordinated approach, look at the community's priorities. As you know, we've looked at growth scenarios, and we'll be coming back soon to you with the what we call Phase 3, which is moving towards the final plan. And I know staff have been working incredibly hard on this, and right now they're sorting all the policies, all the city's policies, which is a huge task. So thank you to everyone who's across the organization has been working on Reimagine. I think this will be a huge legacy for this council, and it's really going to help set us up nicely for the next 10 years. This year we did some more work on the waterfront walkway in Departure Bay, and we were able to reach out in the summer and do some public consultation. We did a survey. The functional design work is complete, so we will be coming back to you in the near future to get some direction on how you'd like to proceed on this project. This is, again, one of the projects in your strategic plan, and that's why we've been continuing to move forward with it. The Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation was one of the recommendations that came out of the Economic Development Service Function Review that was completed the previous year, which had two key recommendations. One was to establish a corporation as well as have an in-house team doing AcDev, and also to create an economic development strategy. So we completed the strategy earlier this year, and since then we've been working with our partners who are Snuneymuxw First Nation, Vancouver Island University, Nanaimo Port Authority, the airport, and the Chamber of Commerce to establish this corporation. We've received approval from the province to create this, and I'm just waiting for the final. It's gone back to each of our partners' boards for their sign-off. Hoping to hear back shortly, and then we'll be back in front of you for the final approval, and we'll be up and running for next year. Of course, health and housing is front of mind and center for the community, and it's been, I think this is kind of ingrained across the whole organization, again, as how we can tackle this issue. In terms of the action plan, we've been rolling forward with implementation, which has included the situation tables, which is with the RCMP and service providers, looking at how we can deal with those with the most needs in our community. We were very successful in receiving the Strengthening Communities grant from UBCM, which was $2.5 million, and we're working on implementing that. So I had a range of programming in there, including provision of short-term housing and dealing with the impacts of homelessness in our community, which includes security, cleaning, etc. And then we've also been working on the MOU, the BC Housing MOU, which I'll talk about later. One of the key recommendations from the Health and Housing Action Plan was the creation of a systems planning organization. And Council has established a transition group, and we are working on developing a charter for this organization. And that work continues. And we're hoping to get back to Council in the near future with a revised document for your consideration. But the role of the systems planning organization is to help provide coordination for our service providers, help to look at the existing gaps that exist in our community when it comes to our vulnerable citizens, look where there's overlap, and find a way of making the most out of the dollars that come into this community. And then also collecting data on the vulnerable population, so we can make strong business cases for funding from various levels of government. And then a completely different project is the Civic Precinct Study, which is really about looking at the existing RCMP detachment and how we can address their space needs challenges. So we've started this about a year and a half ago, and we'll be back to Council shortly with a report back for you. We've been looking at the existing building itself. We've been looking at existing city assets in this area, and then looking at options on how the RCMP detachment and the needs for our MEOs as well as our RCMP contracted staff can be met. So that will be coming to you very shortly. The Midtown Gateway project is really, again, very much an interdepartmental project. There's obviously a road component to it, but there's an active transportation piece. There's a contaminated sites remediation piece that's been going on. And so my staff have been working with the developer and adjacent landowners on a series of land exchanges, environmental approvals. We went through the rezoning this year on the property. And hopefully we'll be in a spot where next year we'll start to see development activity take place on this property. So very, very excited about this. This is very much a signature development coming into for folks coming into the community.
And when you say next year?
End of next year.
Okay.
I used to be foolish and give like dates and months, but now I just say within a year, yeah. Another one of Council's key projects has been Port Drive, and there's been a lot of work going on in the background that we haven't been doing, that hasn't required Council direction at this point, but we spent the rest of this early part of this year finalizing environmental studies on the property, doing additional geotechnical work, developing some concepts from a zoning perspective, doing a transportation impact assessment and servicing assessment. That work is all done. And we're just preparing our rezoning application now. So we will be back in front of Council with more information on this, but just wanted to let you know the project is continuing, and you'll be in a position soon to give us some direction on how you want to proceed. Probably one of the, this is a project again that involves staff from my section, from Mr. Holmes' team, again, people across the organization, is the implementation of the BC Housing MOU. The current MOU. The building at 702 Nickel Street will be opening soon. I go by it most days, it looks like it's getting close. At 285 Prideaux Street, Council issued a lease for the land to BC Housing, and they're going to be moving forward with the demolition by the end of the year. And we'll see a new supportive housing project going up on that city-owned property. And then 355 Nickel and 250 Terminal still require rezonings, so Council will be seeing those early in the new year. I think it's also important to remind Council that in the MOU we had provision of affordable housing, and we have been working with BC Housing on the Cranberry property as a affordable housing project for families. So BC Housing is been doing some site investigative work there, and we will have to come back to you to get permission for a lease on that property in the new year. And then for something completely different, animal control. So we, Mr. LeBurge, with the help of Mr. Nielsen, did the animal control service review report, which had a whole series of recommendations about how the function should operate in an IMO, which was very necessary after not really being examined for about 25 years. So the report had lots of great recommendations. The animal control bylaw was updated with the help of Ledge Services. We, through Mr. Groot's team, been working on the enhancements to the existing facility. And then we have the actual contract for an operator. So that has, we went through an RFP process. We received 2 responses, and we're in the process of awarding it a new 3-year contract with options for 2 one-year renewals. So that's really very much appreciate Mr. LeBurge's efforts on this. This is a function that had really been kind of overlooked over the years, and it was very much appreciate him getting in there and cleaning this file up. And then another item which we're currently working on is the Downtown Security Action Plan. Nielsen Strategies and Bob Rich will be working with our community to identify very much an action plan on how we can deal with some of the specific security and safety issues in the downtown. That work will continue through November and December into early next year. So those are the main slides I had. Things I didn't talk about were some of the land acquisitions we did around the Gene Burns property. That was very important this year. The business license bylaw was updated, which included the use of nonprofits now being licensed, and updating a lot of the language in there. And we also worked on the short-term rental bylaw. So that's all stuff that I don't have slides for. So in terms of next year, some of the considerations, opportunities will be top of mind for us is reimagine and getting this finished, having the city plan adopted by council, hopefully early in the first Q1 or Q2 next year. Making sure we continue our efforts on the revitalization of downtown. Our vulnerable population is always top of mind, and continue to work with our nonprofits and with our partners in the province to address those issues. Synamic First Nation reconciliation is again another big topic, and Ms. Bopal Singh and council and are very much engaged in improving our relationships and doing what we can to affect true reconciliation. One of the things our department does is a lot of the strategic plan priorities. So we're working with council on making sure those get delivered. Those include projects such as the Waterfront Walkway and Port Drive. Downtown is a priority in a strategic plan, so again, looking at safety and security, revitalization, working with our 3 BIAs to make sure they're successful. Continue to work on the ActDev strategy is going to be important next year. Actually, once we have the corporation up and running, we'll be in a position where we can start making some headway on some of the really good work that was put in that strategy. Council's aware of the Sandstone Master Plan, so that's coming to you shortly. And that will be a big piece early on next year if council wishes to proceed. And then we have 2 more large master plans, one Woodgrove Mall and the other Green Thumb, which is currently being called the Bowers District. So those 2 are both coming to you as well. So substantial new communities in Nanaimo that have to tie back to our existing OCP and the vision in Reimagine Nanaimo. And then just we were asked to put in some key initiatives. So again, working on the Waterfront Walkway project. The Vancouver passenger ferry is something that Mr. Lindsay and myself have worked on for feels like a decade. We're optimistic that it'll be operational next year and all the benefits that will bring to the Mid-Island. So very excited about that. Coupled with that, which should be the opening of the Marriott Hotel, another file we've worked on for many years. So excited about that, and I really feel the Marriott is kind of the canary in the coal mine for Nanaimo. And I think once we see the Marriott open, we're going to see a lot more continued and accelerated interest in the downtown. As council knows, we're working on a revitalization plan for Commercial Street, and that's going to be continuing, starting this fall and continuing into next year. And that includes projects such as Dana Carl Plaza, the Hub, and bringing everything together so that in 2023 you're at a point where you have some decisions to make about how you wish to see Commercial Street be redeveloped. And we talked about Reimagine. We're hopeful next year we'll have the systems planning organization up and running, which is going to again coordinate our nonprofits and the service we provide to our vulnerable population. Prosperity Corporation up and running. We'll be back in front of you with Port Drive on next steps. And then again, working on an additional MOU with BC Housing and Island Health to help tackle the affordable housing challenge and the housing needs we have in our community, as well as those wraparound supports for our more vulnerable citizens. In terms of business cases that were not included, we were looking with the additional teams we have in our area, we're looking for an additional a clerical position just to provide some added capacity. We also have one on Truth and Reconciliation. Ms. Mercer, is that in a separate? We have the Truth and Reconciliation.
It's a decision point.
It's a decision point, okay. So that's not in here, okay, great. That'll come to you farther on. So that's all I have, Your Worship. Mr. Holm asked me to read out a long introduction on him and his career, but I'm not going to do that.
Well, we're all aware of Mr. Holmes.
He carries himself very well. He doesn't need an introduction. So.
Are there any questions? And I can't see the council members who are attending via electronic means if they have any questions. Not seeing or hearing anyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Corson. Mr. Holm, good morning and welcome. It's always nice to have a friendly introduction from your confreres.
Yeah, very helpful. I always consider it. Thank you, and good morning, Your Worship, and councillors. Good morning. It's odd for me to say because I usually see you in the evening, but it's nice to see you in the morning as well, and I appreciate the opportunity to present on the Development Approvals Business Plan today. Just following up on Mr. Corson's presentation, where the other half of the development services under Mr. Lindsay's leadership, and sorry, I'll just advance the slide here. So the areas under development approvals include current planning, Ms. Lania Rowett looks after the current planning section, and you're familiar with the work of her team. You see it on every agenda, and she's busy with her team doing many other things that I'll touch on in a little bit as well. But as well, you see work from Mr. Darcy Fox in building inspections, primarily on the compliance enforcement side. A lot of the work he does with his team, it's evident all over the city with construction taking place, which I'll talk about in a little bit. We also have the engineering and environment section that's led by Mr. Dean Mousseau. Mr. Mousseau and his team, they look after ensuring that development comes with and as required improves city infrastructure and improvements to the public realm, and that improvements to development comply with our manual of engineering standards and specifications. There's a big public safety and environmental component there. Working closely with Mr. Sims' team on implementing our engineering standards to development applications as well. Mr. Musso looks after the environmental compliance side, as well as, so he has an environmental compliance officer, as well as the tree permitting section. He looks after the tree management bylaw as well. You don't see a lot of work from the subdivision section by design. Miss Claire Negrin looks after that team, and that's a legislated statutory approval role that's played that is independent from the decisions of council in approving subdivision. You do see some work from that section from time to time, but and you will see some work coming up on school site acquisition charges requests from the school district there out of the subdivision section, but generally you don't see a lot of that work at the council table. But that's the development approvals team I'm fortunate to lead, and there's a lot of good work going on I'll touch on briefly here. As part of the city's budget, we're a relatively small percentage, 2.7%. As Mr. Lindsay mentioned, that's primarily staffing. We don't have a lot of large capital projects that result in, so it's largely staffing related wages and some consulting services. A big story for us as far as achievements this year, development activity continues to remain strong. Again, you can see it all over the community. It's pretty hard to ignore it. There's a lot of positive change happening. There's a lot of, obviously there's challenges that come with that, but there's a lot of development activity. I'll touch on that in a bit. And I'll touch on these other items individually as I go through, and be happy to take questions on those afterwards. Development activity-wise, these are projections we're seeing for 2021 at this point. They're probably going to have to be adjusted somewhat as we're waiting on approvals. In the last 2 months of the year, we may see some significant projects that go out that may land at the end of 2021 or may land in early 2022. But we're projecting at this point $319 million in permitted construction value. At the moment, we're sitting at $248 million, but as I mentioned, there are a number of large projects that could be issued permits within the next couple of months that will push that number up. So $248 million at the end of October, which puts us at the second highest year in permitted construction value. We're also projecting 1,300 units. Again, we'll adjust that number as permits are issued towards the end of the year. As a development permit, the number of units approved under development permit is quite significant this year as well. We're seeing over 1,400 units approved through development permit this year, which is very significant, and we've seen those. The trend there is we're seeing development permits quite quickly lead to building permits and then construction. So we're seeing projects follow through to construction very quickly. So that's leading us to expect a very busy year next year as well.
And just to be clear for the public who are watching, when we talk about total construction value, that's all construction of all kinds.
That's correct. Yeah, that's all rolled up. That's all construction value, and that's at the time building permits are issued based on the value of construction determined through the permitting process. A number of major projects around the city. There's far too many to list or go through in this presentation. I know Ms. Rowett provided an update at the end of August on some of the major projects that Council's seen developing around the community and seen through approvals this year. These are just a few to highlight. I think you can see 702 Nickel there, supportive housing development that Mr. Corson touched on earlier. There's NRGH ICU. There's significant developments in the downtown recently, including TELUS Living, which is on the lower portion of the slide here, which is an addition of about 200 rental units in the downtown. Council's going to see another application shortly, just a few blocks over in the downtown for 163 rental units. Again, significant volume of units coming online and through development permit approvals as well. And interestingly, at this time, 55% of those are proposed as purpose-built rental. And there's definitely a demand for, there's a high demand, there's a low rental vacancy rate, and there's a high demand for the addition of rental units in the market, and the market's responding strongly to that.
Ms. Robertson?
Councillor Bonner has a question.
Oh, thanks very much. Councillor Bonner, your hand is...
Thank you, Worship.
My eyes. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is regarding the, when you mentioned the total amount of the cost of construction at the time of permitting, do we ever check on how accurate that amount is? Like, do we ever go back to the developer once it's done and say, oh, by the way, how much to spend on this building?
So through Your Worship, to Councillor Bonner's question, so we use an industry standard to assess the building permit value, an industry standard tool. And no, we do not. That would show up, I guess, maybe more accurately in the assessment information following, but we assess the building permit value based on an industry standard methodology.
And I guess the next question is, in comparing to other municipalities, do they use the, it's maybe hard to speak to this, but is it generally considered to use that same standard?
Yes, my understanding through Your Worship is that yes, they would. It's very much widely used across industry in assessing the value of construction anticipated. So there's inclusions and exclusions to that, so it doesn't account for higher end finishings and things that might drive the actual construction value up. It's a standardized approach.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so yeah, that's so just a few projects here overhead. I know there's many around the community that you'll be familiar with, and many more coming as well, including some significant applications, a few of which Mr. Corson mentioned that are in the sort of earlier development approval stages. One to note here that we're seeing, and it's just to mention it as part of a trend, but 1 Terminal Avenue, we're seeing rezoning. That's the old Howard Johnson site, rezoning application there, fairly significant. Again, close to downtown and many of the services and amenities there, and it will add to the amenities anticipated. So that's in process, under review. And what we're seeing, and I think I've already touched on this, but very much we're seeing applications flow from rezoning to development permit to building permit. If they require rezoning, if they don't, it's development permit to building permit. There's very much a follow through on applications, which wasn't always the case in the past. Many times a project would receive development permit in the past or be rezoned in the past, and we wouldn't see it maybe progress for years, or if at all, but there's very much a demand, and we're seeing projects follow through. So it's continuing, and I don't expect that to change next year for sure. Project that council will be familiar with, the building permit function review. I won't go into detail here because I'm planning on providing an update to council in December on implementation and the status of that process. But just to highlight briefly, in the spring, council approved or accepted the recommendations of Nielsen Strategies, who undertook a building permit function review, provided some recommendations to improve our building service function, and those included the addition of a separate fast-track building permit working group or section that resulted in the hiring of 2 staff internally, a supervisor and a building official. They're in that section at the moment. We're still backfilling positions that were created through internal filling of those new positions. We are working with the industry through the Joint Building Permit Advisory Working Group, and we'll be bringing recommendations from that group through to Mr. Lindsay to make some changes to our building permit processes, including a fast track permitting process with criteria that we're developing as to which applications fall into that process. And I'm happy to take questions on this, but I will be coming back in December with an update. That work's ongoing, and there's many different aspects to it, including review of our the current software that we use in permitting approvals, in development approvals more broadly, and that's involving our IT section. We're getting we're getting good support from that group, and there's quite a bit of staff time involved in reviewing options for software improvements there, which will improve processes across development approvals versus the software we're currently using.
Mr. Helmwig, fair to say you're happy with the recommendations and how it's being implemented? And
yes.
Back from the industry, I'd be curious to know if you're hearing anything.
Yes, I am. I mean, of course, faster would always be better, but we're working as of July 1st, we were given, the resources to fill part of the recommendations. We're working on the software upgrades is another one of the recommendations, and we're working with the Joint Building Permit Advisory Working Group, which is industry reps working with city building officials and representatives on identifying issues and coming up with solutions. And I spoke with the consultant that's assisting us with that yesterday, and we've got some good work to do in December with the Joint Building Permit Advisory Working Group, and then I'll be providing an update in December to Council. Another project that Council's familiar with, the Community Amenity Contribution Policy review and update that's happening. We're actually targeting, so we came to Governance and Priorities Committee in March with a recommendation, and we're directed to take a proposal out to community and industry for consultation. Came back in July to Governance and Priorities Committee. Have since we've been given direction to follow up on a couple of items with industry, which industry reps, which we've done, and we're scheduled to come back to Governance and Priorities Committee next week. So November 8th, you'll be seeing the updated Community Amenity Contribution Policy for Governance and Priority Committee's consideration. That we're hoping we'll see how it goes on the 8th, and happy to support that discussion. And we'll have the consultant that's assisting us available at that time as well. But happy to support that discussion, and we're hoping to wrap that project up this year. But we'll see how the discussion goes on the 8th. Another important project, BC Energy Step Code implementation, and earlier this year, Council approved a step code rezoning policy, and that requires projects that are seeking rezoning after it was came effective the end of June, and any project submitted for rezoning after that date is through that policy expected to achieve one step better than the minimum step code required under the building bylaw, And as well, there's an interesting option that came up through that process that I think is quite innovative, and we're excited about it. I think it has some big potential. There's also an option, rather than achieving one step higher than the minimum step code, to commit to low greenhouse gas emissions energy systems for buildings, which I think it goes a ways to reducing the GHG emissions from buildings, not just to improving building energy efficiency, because we can still have energy efficient buildings that's great to achieve higher energy efficient buildings, but they can still produce significant greenhouse gases potentially. So it's an interesting approach, and we're interested to see how that plays out. And we're actually having further discussion guided by our consulting group through the Reimagine process and the update to the Community Sustainability Action Plan on what other initiatives and incentives we can look at to further incentivize building energy efficiency and further reduce our greenhouse gas emissions from the existing and future building stock in the city. So that's an exciting project. Happy to take any questions on that. But right now, step code coming in January 2022, the city will require step 3 for Part 9 buildings. So those are smaller residential and less complex commercial buildings, and step 2 for Part 3 buildings, which are more complex buildings. And so as of January 22, those are the step code requirements within the city. Another project we brought forward this year, and council supported with amendments to the zoning bylaw, which is actually the implementation of the affordable housing strategy, recommendations from the affordable housing strategy through a really interesting flexible policy tool that we have, the density bonusing incentive provisions of the zoning bylaw. So the amendments that were passed were to incentivize affordable housing through density bonusing. So allow additional density points towards additional density in the zoning bylaw for commitments to affordable housing. So that's just sort of a drawing, it's an important project, but also drawing the connection between the work that Mr. Corson's group through community planning section, they do in bringing forward the affordable housing strategy. It has obviously recommended actions to address housing affordability, and some of those actions can lead to, and we can implement through changes to regulation like we've done here. So appreciate council support for that, and it's a good example of some initiatives to support affordable housing. Looking at considerations and opportunities for 2022, staffing is always is one that we're challenged with. This is a very competitive environment. We have highly technical staff, highly trained, skilled staff that are in demand in other industries, in other communities, and we are always working to attract and retain the best staff that we can. It's an ongoing challenge, and we are working hard to fill those positions. We've had, as an example, we've had a vacant an engineering tech position under Mr. Mousseau's section that's been vacant since earlier in the year. So 6-8 month vacancy, and we're having somebody start in that position on Monday. We've been able to recruit somebody from another municipality on the island. So our gain, their loss, but it works that way sometimes in the industry. We also lost a very qualified building official to Nova Scotia this year. So we've made some changes to our compensation levels in the building inspection section to try and ensure that our levels of compensation align with the requirements of the Building Act as far as the qualifications of building officials, and to try and remain competitive in that area as much as we can. Building on pandemic response, a part of that is looking at different IT solutions I've touched on earlier to try and improve our service delivery. Part of it's also, and council's familiar with some of the changes we've worked on with our legislative services staff as well, in supporting access to meetings, public hearing, Board of Variance, Design Advisory Panel and the like. We've had to adapt to online formats and call-in options, and those there's some challenges with those, but I think they've gone quite smoothly, and we're looking at how those changes can can support our work going forward. For instance, the Design Advisory Panel, which has gone to virtual meetings, we're actually able to attract representatives from members from professional organizations outside of the city that might not otherwise have signed up for service on that panel because of travel and commitments around that. So they can join those meetings. So we have architects joining those meetings virtually from other communities where we might not have been able to attract those individuals previously. We also have change management I'm highlighting, so many changes going on, including the review through the building permit, the work that's happening through the building permit function review. Changes as part of the necessity to improve, and we're always looking to improve and managing the impacts of change around that. Changes are often as well forced upon us by higher levels of government, and we have to react and adjust accordingly. So that's ongoing. A couple of key initiatives for next year, for 2022. So we're looking at updates to our procedures bylaw. So that's around development approval procedures and notification, updating the bylaw to ensure it reflects current statutory requirements and statutory references, as well as is providing clear direction on what procedures and notifications are required for development approval. There's been incremental updates to the bylaw, but the base bylaw has existed since 1991. So that's an important piece that we'll be looking at. The subdivision control bylaw review is underway. Again, there have been incremental changes to the subdivision control bylaw over the years, but the base bylaw is dated 1989. The tree management and protection bylaw, that's a bylaw that was, as a whole, was updated in 2013, but we've learned quite a bit over the last 7 years in administering it, and we're looking at updates to reflect industry practice, and also to reflect some of the lessons we've learned, improve administration, address gaps that have been identified in the bylaw, and also to obviously ensure that we're managing and protecting our trees within the city effectively. So we've had quite a bit of learning through administration of that bylaw, and we're looking to bring forward updates to address some of the gaps we've identified. Comprehensive soils bylaw, so we're looking at updates to regulations. This relates to the removal and placement of fill on a site, and we need to look at updating our practices to address some challenges that we've identified, including dealing with erosion and sediment control, and sometimes the volume of fill that can be placed on a site without approvals currently, and looking at ensuring that we're meeting industry best practice there, and addressing some of the challenges that we've identified through managing placement of fill and removal of soil from different sites around that you'll see under construction. Planning function review, that's actually coming out of, there's a grant award I haven't touched on yet, but we did receive, and it kind of came out through the building permit function review, but we applied more broadly for a grant through the province, their development approvals program. They've provided a grant of $500,000, and we've got a portion of that, I believe it's $50,000 of that, is directed towards a review of our planning service function. The current planning service function is an important part of development approvals overall. We're looking to work with a consultant to review the existing development approval procedures and processes, and to provide recommendations on what we can do to improve on our procedures and processes. As a whole, that section has not changed significantly since. Mr. Lindsay might be able to speak to this better, but I would say since the late 90s, early 2000, there haven't been significant changes to that section. The workload is definitely significant, and we can look at hopefully get some recommendations on how we can improve the efficiency and function of that section, which will improve overall development approval timelines. So that's an important piece coming through in 2022.
I wonder if Mr. Holm, I can just ask about the tree management and production bylaw update. You said we've learned some things. I'm just wondering, I'm not placing any expectations on what we might see in it, but what are some of the things we may have learned?
Yeah, we've had some challenges where the bylaw, it treats like a tree as a tree. We're not doing we're trying to protect trees in areas where maybe it doesn't make sense to, maybe it makes more sense to, depending on the nature of the development, maybe it makes more sense to have a robust replacement program, or maybe some trees should be afforded a higher level of protection or a higher value. There may be some flexibility. If I were to say anything, it would be, at this point, I think we need to look at flexibility within the framework that we have right now. Some of our practices have evolved to provide flexibility, but the bylaw itself doesn't on a whole. So in some cases, I think we're protecting trees that you may walk by and wonder what was the value in that. And then in some cases, we're not able to protect trees that I think we would be better to protect, and they may fit well in their new environment, whereas some may not, that we end up protecting. If that answers the question, just on a broad base.
Is there anything in the bylaw now that you would describe as an encouragement for people to plant trees, literally? I mean, the history of this community, like every other community, has been the same. You clear off the land, you throw up single-family dwellings, and then everybody goes to the nursery and buys a bunch of trees and tries to fill it in as best they can. And I'm just, clearly that doesn't happen now, and we don't have that much subdividable land left within the city boundaries. But I'm just curious to know around the issue of encouraging people to plant trees. I know we have an incentive program where we provide monies. Seems to be the growing trend in other municipalities and cities across the world. And we saw those horrible pictures that were sent around to all of us by a very active citizen in the Brecon Hill area. And I'm just curious if you got any comments on that. I mean, cities that have lots of trees in them just look and feel and are a lot better, and they're healthier. So.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and I mean it connects with that whole conversation connects with things such as how are we adapting to climate change, and obviously we've seen trees are a great friend when it comes to providing shade and mitigating the impacts of the heat that we felt this summer, and also to addressing carbon emissions and as well as addressing erosion and sediment control and that type of thing. We do actually now currently incentivize or encourage, I guess, and we have processes in place to encourage trees to be planted within new parcels created after development. So a developer can covenant to have a number of trees planted, and we assess the viability, the feasibility of that. But they can, rather than providing a replacement tree necessarily themselves, to have the property owner or if there's trees that have to come down, they can have the property owner or the developer can undertake to plant a tree on a new parcel, and then it has a bit of a higher level of protection. It also has through covenant, but it also has I think what you were getting to was there's a stewardship component there that takes over, as far as, then the property owner, rather than the developer, the new property owner is the caretaker of that tree. And then we do have programs, like you've mentioned, to incentivize, to support people to go and acquire trees and plant trees. We support that through rebate programs as well. But yeah, we do, through development, incentivize developers to commit either themselves or future property owners through the building permit process to plant trees on the property and then become stewards of those trees.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Holmes, I'm happy to hear about the review of the tree management bylaw. I've been called out to numerous properties, and just sometimes the bylaw incentivizes having to remove the trees, and other times, as you say, there's just I think more nuance can be built in, and also around the different areas. Protection Island or might be different than a new subdivision being put in somewhere in the north end. And I think what I'm curious is that within a tree management strategy, and this draws into sort of some discussion around the donut, is do you think a vision necessary of what we want the tree canopy to look like, and sort of setting a baseline, depending on the part of the city, would be helpful to have the bylaw be a little bit more outcome focused, so that there's a larger vision of what we're trying to achieve and maintain, because sometimes in the absence of that, it can kind of get lost in the weeds of exactly what's trying to be accomplished, and it can make it difficult to see the root of specific individual decisions.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Gesselbrick's question. So yeah, there is the sort of the other part, the companion to the bylaw, I guess, or is the urban forest strategy, and so that's looking at the overall urban forest. The bylaw deals with trees on private property generally. We also have a street tree program as well. Obviously, developers plant street trees through development, as well as the city does undertake initiatives to plant street trees and trees within city-owned land. There's many examples of planting occurring in parks and other areas of city-owned land, as well as with partners with the school district and others. But yeah, you do highlight a challenge with the fact that the bylaw doesn't treat. It treats all properties maybe more equally, where there's maybe some contextual, like you suggested, nuance to that can be hard to address in a bylaw, but that's something we can work towards. As far as the overall canopy discussion and the targets and that, I think the bylaw is one of the tools that we can use to try and achieve that, but it wouldn't necessarily set the targets itself. It's more of a regulatory piece.
Just another follow-up, just with the comprehensive soil bylaw, I think I remember we were working on that, or looking to get that done in the first term of our time here on council, and I'm just curious in terms of the delay on that, or his working forward, like in terms of the resourcing, is 2022 is it projected to be completed, or has the resourcing changed to accomplish this compared to what it's been in the past?
Oops. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Through your worship, to Councillor Gesselbrick. Yeah, we have. We had intended to get it through to council previously. It's actually on the Environment Committee's work plan as well. We did get it to a certain point, working with industry to identify some of the issues and work through some of the challenges. We have had a bit of a gap in resources there recently that we're hoping to be able to resolve shortly, and that'll be one of the items that we'd like to move forward on as soon as possible. We'll have to re-engage industry given the time that's passed, but we are hoping to bring that forward in the new year. I think there's a schedule outlined in the work plan. I can touch on that more, but recognize the delay and apologies for that, but we have had other priorities and some resource challenges, and we do have to re-engage with industry on that.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. And finally, I'll just touch on business cases that were not put forward. We had identified a planner in the current planning section as a possibility, obviously to assist in meeting development approval timelines. As I mentioned, the resources in that section haven't changed in quite some time, and I think there's there's a justifiable business case. There's also other competing priorities. Recognize that council has many different priorities that you have to juggle. Also recognizing that we're looking at undertaking a review of the current planning section in 2022. I think at this point, just highlight that this wasn't put forward at this time, but we are undertaking a review of the section next year.
Let me ask a silly question, if I may. Even if we had the budget, do you think we can hire a planner from somewhere? Given the dearth of talent that, no disrespect, but that seems to be out there, or would it prove problematic?
I think we've been able to attract some. We're an interesting city that way. From speaking from, I've been in that role previously, and given the size of the city and the type of projects and initiatives you can be involved in, I think our size bodes well, and the nature of the work that you get to do here as a planner is more so than you would get to do, say, in a larger center. You end up maybe in a very specific role. We're obviously a very attractive place to live, work and play as well. But I think that the nature of the work here, in a smaller center, we've had staff join us here from smaller centers, partly because you can be part of a team and you get to experience the leadership that Mr. Lindsay provides. But it really is something to be, to be part of that, that team, and it's a great learning environment, and you're supported by peers. Whereas if you're in a larger center, you can end up kind of pigeonholed in a role that you don't get to experience variety, and some of the challenges that the planners here get to deal with and work on, and that's part of what motivates them, I believe, or motivates the ones I like to work with. So, thank you.
Any questions arising out of the presentation, either by Mr. Corson or Mr. Holm, now that you've had a chance to consider? I'm not seeing any hands anywhere. Thank you very much, Mr. Holm.
Thank you.
Ms. Robertson, we have a scheduled recess at 10:15, and I think it probably makes more sense to take the break now rather than start with Parks and Rec. So 15-minute break. We'll reconvene by the clocks on the wall at 10:20 then. Thank you very much. Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done?
Next, you're going to hit search. And you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's V-O-Y-E-N-T. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there, hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in, it just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow. And the reason that is, if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up.
Down here, okay? There we go.
Hey, Tiana. Hey. It sure is the coldest rink in town.
Whoa! Yeah, buddy! Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go! Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, dad in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got a kid? Use the lid.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So What we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here, in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City of Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
We're here today to make a couple street names. There was some vandalism in town, and we're just going to make replacements. In the roads today, we're doing our Dundas Street and Bruce Avenue. They're all 8-inch, and we use 3 different sizes, mostly 24-inch, 32-inch, and 36-inch. We do use a consistent font with street names. This is actually my metal blank, so the only material here is the material that I actually will cut out in vinyl. From here we have to take out the vinyl that's not needed, which is the outer. So all we want to do is save the inside border. From here we actually have to put a transfer tape on it. And what this does is it allows us to take the blue vinyl and pull it away from the clear backing that it's on so we can apply it to our aluminum blank. Now that we have our 2 sheeted piece of vinyl, we take our aluminum blank, which has high intensity diamond grade, which you can see behind me. We have all different colors. We have orange, yellow, white, depending on the type of signs. Most of our white signs are regulatory, and the yellow ones are warning signs. And right here, all I'm doing is pushing the transfer tape a little tighter to the vinyl. And then from there, we peel it back, our plastic, which basically leaves us with a big sticker. We put it on the aluminum. And when we're done here, we take our transfer tape off, and as you can see, we're left with Dundas.
Thank you very much, everyone. If we could reconvene. The next is Parks, Recreation and Culture. Mr. Groot, over to you this morning, and I see Ms. Wark lining up already. Good morning. Welcome to both of you.
Good morning, Your Worship, Council, and those tuning in online. It's my pleasure to introduce to you the business plan presentations for the Parks, Recreation and Culture Division. This division and two departments are led by myself, Ms. Wark, and Mr. Harding. I'm not going to go into the details of the departments because that'll happen as part of the presentations. Oh yeah, the clicker. Just for a couple of slides, thanks. Why isn't it going? There we go. No. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. So combined, PRC's portion of the city budget equates to about 16.7%. Noted on this slide is also tourism budget, about 0.4%. Revenues aren't reflected in the above graphs. And with that, I'm going to pass the presentation over to Ms. Wark for her part of the PRC presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The famous clicker passes.
Thank you, and good morning, Mayor and Council. So I'll be presenting the Recreation and Culture section of our division. And first off, though, I would like to talk about the three major projects that our entire division has been involved in this year, starting with the Tourism Governance Project. This was a project that was done by our General Manager, Richard Harding. He worked with a community-based tourism Nanaimo working group to come up with a new governance model for tourism. I know you've seen a couple of presentations about that, and it's hoped that the framework gets adopted either by late this year or early next year, and that the new organization is up and running in the first or second quarter of 2022. As well, we have been supporting the Reimagine Nanaimo process. As you know, our full-time parks planner was seconded over to the planning division for the past year to help with that process. And we have just extended her position there for another 6 months so that she can help bring home that project. And all of our staff have been supporting it all throughout the year with reviewing the data that was collected in phase 1, reviewing all of the policies, working at different pop-ups and encouraging public engagement. And last, but not least, is the dreaded COVID pandemic. It's been a long and winding road that we've been traveling down with this. I won't get into all of the nitty-gritty, but suffice it to say that there have been many changes to the public health order and to the mask order, and we have constantly been having to adapt in our programs and our facilities and our services that we offer to the public. It has meant that communication has probably at least tripled with our staff and with the community, and that we've had to do a lot of responding to the public who may or may not appreciate the different measures that we've had to put in place. The goal throughout this entire pandemic for us was to ensure that we could follow the provincial health orders, but also provide as much parks, recreation, and culture services as possible to the community in a time where they need this kind of activity more than ever in their lives. So that has always been our focus, to operate safely and effectively and provide as much service as we can. And I did mention this last year. One of the huge benefits that's come out of this situation for us is a really strong network of the provincial Parks, Rec and Culture directors and a strong regional network as well. And we've all been working very closely together. And I think it would probably provide some assurance to know that all across the province, we're working together and we're making very similar decisions in how we're managing things.
If I may, Ms. Wark, I'm going to take advantage of this moment and your discussion around COVID, just to say to all of the city staff, but many who work in parks, recreation, and culture in particular, and the pool, that council is very appreciative of the considerable criticism, unwarranted in most cases, indeed if not all cases, that's been leveled at staff, the kind of remarks and comments they've received that were absolutely unwarranted. And to say on behalf of council how much council appreciates the challenges your staff have faced with a cheery face and a polite response that you only wish some members of the public who perhaps have not been as sensitive to the feelings of others should have been demonstrating themselves as mature adults. I don't think people begin to realize how frequently, as you mentioned, the rules, the regulations, the directives changed, all in the interests of protecting public health and the safety of those very same individuals who chose not always to react in a thoughtful and considerate way. So again, as I say to all the staff of City, but in particular, as you're speaking to us this morning and are on the front lines of delivering the recreational services that this community clearly values, because they certainly have been commenting on it, how much the work of everyone is appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that we all really appreciate that, and we've appreciated your support. And really what keeps us going is all of the people who really are appreciative of the fact that we're doing everything that we can to ensure that we're still providing a high level of service to the community. So, of course, the Recreation and Culture Department area consists of aquatics, arenas, community recreation, and culture and events. And in this slide, you can see the Recreation and Culture Department takes up 11.2% of the operating budget for the city. What this slide doesn't show is that those operating expenses are also offset by about $8 million each year that we bring in revenue from user fees and drop-in fees, that kind of thing. So first I'll talk about our achievements in 2021. And at the top of every list is our continued adaptation to the pandemic. The most current adaptation that we're responding to is the result of the new order that came out on October the 25th, where we expected the only major change to be that we were moving to 100% capacity for indoor events. But there were some other significant changes that have impacted us, one of them being that all spectators of children, youth, and adult sport programs, and all children and youth programs, not just sport, now have to provide proof of vaccination when they enter into our facilities. So that is taking up a lot of our time right now because it's a change people weren't expecting. So we're just managing our way through that. We also did a strength-based review of the aquatics area. When I actually first came to the city in March of 22 is when that began. And we have made some small changes that we've been able to implement without asking for any more resourcing and done phase 1 of our development plan. Later in this presentation, I'll be talking about a business case that would support phase 2 of a development plan for aquatics. So more to come on that.
Sorry, Councillor Bonner has a question.
Actually, Your Worship, it's more of a technical issue. The live stream is following, the slides are following on the live stream, but what I'm seeing on my version of the shared screen is still the first slide.
Perhaps we can give a minute to the technical people to figure out why it's jammed for you. Thanks for pointing it out, Councillor.
Councillor Bonner, is that good now?
No, it's still the what I'm seeing is the version before you go into a slideshow, the editing version, and it says enable editing by clicking here.
Yeah, I was seeing the same thing.
I don't mind jumping back and forth, but makes it a bit difficult.
There it is.
Is it working for all of you, councillors?
It is for me now.
Councillor Gesselbrock, Councillor Bonner?
Yes, I'm seeing the right slide. I just not know if it's in slide view mode. That's all.
Can we jump forward to the next one and jump back and just see if we're...
Oh, now mine isn't working. Oh, there we go.
Did that work? Ms. Wark flipped us back to department share of city budget and then...
No, that's not what we have. We have 2021 achievements aquatics, continued adaptation to the pandemic.
Well, that's where we want to be, but when Ms. Wark switched back, I take it you didn't see department share of city budget?
No.
Is there a delay by chance?
No.
No, Your Worship. I think we're in two different places.
Yeah, it's like the slideshows aren't syncing between what this
My
work is doing.
generation, we call it the twilight zone.
Yeah, it works for me.
The good news is we're ahead of schedule this morning somewhat, so we can spend a few minutes trying to get this right so that we can all be working off the same song sheet.
Your Worship, they're just going to close the presentation down and restart it to see if that might make it work.
That's the tried and true method for primitive people like me. Just turn it off and turn it on and hope for the best.
There. Yep. I was just moving that. Can we do a test drive?
That is working much better. Thank you.
Working for me.
Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong, working for you?
Yeah, but I have two computers, so I follow along on my other computer, so I'm fine, thanks.
Okay, good. Back to you, Ms. Wark.
Okay.
Good luck.
So while Beban Pool was closed, we took advantage of the situation to do a variety of work there. There were several upgrades made to the facility, which Mr. Groot will talk about in his section. We also had a chance to install a major piece of artwork called The Sacred Gathering of the Freshwater and the Saltwater. And we were also able to take a look at our operating schedule, review it and adapt it, and make some changes where we're focusing on Beban Pool being more of a teaching facility because it's a smaller and quieter facility and much better suited to that type of activity. As well, we had to do a large push to hire new lifeguards because many people became uncertified when the pandemic happened and aquatic facilities were closed, and we had to also recertify many of our own lifeguards. And then with the start of step 3 in BC's restart plan, we were able to go back to semi-normal operations over the summer where we were liaising with the White Rapids on operating the outdoor pool and staffing Westwood Lake again after a seasonal break in the year prior. At arenas, we also continued to adapt to the pandemic. They are also experiencing a little bit of a crazy week this week too, because all of the parents are now considered spectators at all of the child and youth programs. So we're just adapting to having to increase our proof of vaccination checks at the arenas. And we were anticipating being in step 4 of the BC restart plan for the fall. So that's pretty much back to normal operations, and we re-signed our agreements with the Nanaimo Clippers and the Nanaimo Buccaneers so that they could have full seasons again this year. and have been working on reopening our concessions and restarting our vending sales. We also had the opportunity to work with the Salish Storm Indigenous Hockey Program and I always do this, Nanaimo Minor Hockey. My son played somewhere else, and I always say that. So we worked with Nanaimo Minor Hockey and the Salish Storm to get some prime ice time for them so that they could have an Indigenous hockey program running in our community, which introduces children, youth, and their families to skating and hockey skills. And then we had the opportunity to upgrade some lighting in the Nanaimo Ice Center. In terms of community recreation, again, constant adaptation to the pandemic. We moved to a lot more outdoor and environmental focused programming and offered a full slate of summer programs, which was fantastic. And thinking that we were moving into step 4 of BC's Restart Plan, we planned a full slate of fall programs. And when we didn't move into step 4 of the plan, we had to make many adaptations to account for the requirements of lower capacities and mask wearing and that kind of thing. We also implemented a lot more self-directed opportunities for families in the community. And as a result of being in the pandemic and going through the Reimagine process, we also recognize that many families are looking for more outdoor opportunities. And so we've been working with a consultant to develop an outdoor learning space area on the north end of the Bevan Social Center, right outside of the preschool room. And we'll be bringing that design forward to our Accessibility and Awareness Committee in November. As well, all of the special events that our community recreation coordinators typically plan were adapted to be able to fit in with the pandemic. And we transitioned to our focus being on online marketing, and we're now producing 4 online activity guides, 1 for each season. And this is actually a really great move, which enables us to reduce some of our costs, but it also allows us to be a lot more nimble in what we're planning for the community, and it gives us the ability to make changes on a shorter timeline than we typically have been able to do. In our business services area, this staff has really been the backbone of our customer service over the past year, because as we've continued to adapt to the pandemic, they've had to make many phone calls, they've had to cancel programs, they've had to refund programs, they've had to share all sorts of information with the community. So they really have been our first touch point with the community, and they've done an excellent job of trying to keep everybody informed to the best of their ability. We also work through the business services team with our accessibility and inclusivity committee. And this year we undertook an accessibility audit at Bevan Pool while it was closed. That will also be coming forward to the ACAI committee at their November meeting. And we did a review of the Economic Access Pass program earlier in the year with that committee, and we're now implementing all of the changes that were recommended. And as well, we're bringing some universal design standards training to committee members and to staff in November. In the culture area of our department, we did our street banner program as per usual. We had a poet laureate who was appointed, worked on the development and administration of the 2021 resilience grants with the funds that had been returned because of our inability to do special events in the community this year. The new public art working group has been formed, and they had their first meeting yesterday. As well, were revisions done to the temporary public art program. The revisions have been very successful. We've just reviewed 17 applications and shortlisted to 4, so we're in the process of deciding what that art will look like for next year. And as well, there was the creation of the urban design roster, which also received many applications which have now been shortlisted, and there are several projects which are being currently worked on. The culture and events area brought back concerts in the park, and they brought them to some new and different areas of the city this year. And as well, they helped all of the community organizations who did apply for and get funds for events adapt their events so that they could take place during a pandemic. New to all of us this year was National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Our general manager, Richard Harding, worked with the school district and SFN on planning an event for the day where the new welcome pole, which was carved by Noel Brown, got raised in Maffeo Sutton Park. And I think that there were approximately 3,000 people that attended this first day of National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and we're looking forward to working together with SFN and the school district again next year on the same day. So, some of our considerations and opportunities. I hate to say it, but we're still in a pandemic. And so we're still managing that, and we will continue to be managing that. And it really does take a significant amount of our time. All of the ideas I had when I was first hired here have been shelved. So really, I think it is important to be aware of the fact that this is taking a lot of our staff time. The good news is that because we've been able to be involved in the Reimagine process, we have been hearing from the community what it is they need and want in terms of parks, recreation, and culture. And so we're able to start making some small shifts and integrate some of those changes into the work that we're doing already. In fact, today, 2 of our managers are spending a full day with our community recreation programmers, doing a review and an assessment of the summer and really planning services that are going to be relevant for next summer for families. And so it's nice, it's been really great actually collecting all of that information so that we can really make sure that our services are relevant.
If I may, Ms. Work, without, asking you to reveal secrets about the trends, what I'm going to ask anyway, what are sort of the growing trends? I mean, I hear a lot about pickleball all the time. For instance, where are people going in terms of what they want for recreational activities? I mean, historically, they wanted pools, they wanted, a tennis court perhaps, whatever, but where's the community going?
Well, a few of the things are definitely, there's an outdoor focus. People want more recreation in the outdoors. They want parks, they want trails, they want more waterfront activities. They would like parallel programming where adults can come to a facility with their children and have something to do at the same time as their children having something to do. They'd like to see social gathering spaces. They'd like to be able to attend a facility with their children and maybe plug their computer in and do some work while they're there. They would like more neighborhood facilities so that they don't have to travel so far to our main facilities. Those are a few examples.
Thank you.
We are continuing the expansion of wellness opportunities with community partners. It has worked really well this year, being very connected with VHA, so we're looking forward to what opportunities might exist in the future, working with them. We'll be conducting a user rates and fee review. It's actually been conducted. It was meant to come in front of council in March of 2020. It's been delayed, so we're hoping that we get that in front of council in January. We'll be doing some updates to the Parks, Recreation, and Culture bylaws, which is part and parcel of actually the user rates and fees review as well. Next year is an exciting year because our Leaders in Training program celebrates 40 years. So we're making some really big plans to celebrate that. In fact, I heard that Karen Fry was a leader in training in the city of Nanaimo once upon a time. So we're hoping to highlight some people that went through the program and show what they've achieved in their careers. And of course, we'll be taking a look at the Phase 2 plan for aquatics, which I'll talk more about in a moment. There has been work started already on the public art inventory, and that will continue. As well, we'll be developing some maintenance plans for public art and continuing to support our local arts and culture groups. There's some research and work being done on the creation of a framework for adjudicating culture grants, which we plan to bring in front of council early in 2022. And of course, implementation of the Art and Public Spaces Working Group and the Urban Design roster. So there are some proposed changes which are included in the draft budget. There's $25,000 which has been added for the maintenance of existing public art. And actually it will go towards any new art that gets installed as well. There's also a $25,000 annual increase to the public art funds, which is typically $50,000, so another $25,000, and that is to support the urban design roster, where we work with other departments in the city and use those funds to pay for artist fees to do designs for projects such as the utility box wraps, manhole covers, things like that. As well, there's a $50,000 increase to Nanaimo Art Gallery's annual operating grant. So that came forward to council last year in a report. So I think you're familiar with that. So this is not currently included in the draft budget, and the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Division is submitting 3 business cases this year. What's extremely important for you to know is that this is our #1 priority business case. So this business case is to implement phase 2 of the aquatics development plan. So when I was hired at the city, the #1 priority that was assigned to me was aquatics. Generally speaking, aquatics was described as having many long-standing chronic issues. So I started immediately by conducting a strength-based review of the department. And what I can say is the really great news is that there are many strengths within the department, and the service is very well received by the community. And we have many highly skilled, highly certified staff that work in aquatics who really have a deep amount of care for the quality of the service that they provide to the community. The bad news is that the staffing structure in aquatics is woefully inadequate for the size of the operation, particularly at the supervisor level. So I equate the situation to being like building a house on quicksand. There's no solid foundation to support the structure. So what ends up happening is all of these really well-intentioned staff try their best to keep their heads above water, but the situation is impossible and slowly they're sinking. So the goal of the Aquatics Growth and Development Plan is to create a strong core supervisory team that has a more realistic ratio of supervisors to staff. And this will result in the ability to be more responsive to customer needs. It will assist with improvements in the workplace culture and create a more sustainable aquatics operation. So, as I'm sure you all know, the aquatics area is large and it's very complex. We have 2 major facilities in the Aquatic Center and Beban Pool, but we're also responsible for liaising with our operator of the outdoor pool and providing services at Westwood Lake in the summer. So at a minimum, when the 2 indoor pools are open, it's just shy of 200 operating hours a week that we're available to the public, and it's more than that when the other services are open. So we have a very large contingent of staffing. We have 80+ lifeguards who have a wide array of experience levels, and they're responsible for the safety of our patrons. We have 6 head guards, and they're responsible for supervision, leadership, mentorship, assistance with staff scheduling, performance development of lifeguards, and consistent service to the public. The reality is, these head guards spend most of their time actually operating as lifeguards. As well, we have 2 coordinators, and they're responsible for the aquatics programming, events, scheduling of the facilities and the staff, recruitment, training, and certification of staff. And then we have only 1 manager responsible for these 90+ staff. As well, as you know, there's a very high demand from the public. And initial results from Reimagine show the community wants even more aquatic services. They want more pool space, more access to lessons and programs, and more services at waterfront locations. So as I mentioned, phase 1 of the growth and development plan was implemented over the last year, and those changes have been a really great start, but now it's time to address the key foundational issue of an inadequate staffing structure. So phase 2 of the growth and development plan plans to address this gap by first providing additional lifeguard hours so that we can support the head guards being off deck 100% of their time. So the main problem with the current structure is the head guards are only scheduled to be off deck 1.5 hours per shift, and they often don't get that time off deck because they typically have to backfill for absent lifeguards or spend the time doing call-outs to fill shifts. So essentially what we're asking for is 1 additional lifeguard per shift. And that will free up the head guards so that they can actually perform the supervisory, leadership, mentorship, and performance development roles of their positions. It will help to create a more realistic supervisor to staff ratio with a core supervisory team of 9 employees supporting 80+ lifeguards at multiple facilities 7 days a week. Best practices suggest that a supervisor to staff ratio of 1 supervisor to between 4 and 10 staff is best, depending on the nature of the work. In researching other aquatics operations, what we learned is that the average supervisor to staff ratio is 1 supervisor to 8 staff. In Nanaimo's structure, there are 3 staff budgeted to be off deck, making the ratio 1 supervisor to 27 staff. However, with the coordinators performing many duties on top of the employee supervision, they're often not available, which really makes our ratio look more like 1 to 90 at times. This is completely unsustainable, and we knew this prior to COVID. In fact, in a perfect world, I would have been in front of council with this business case last fall. So with summer operations back in full swing and moving towards step 4 of BC's restart plan, it became evident that this gap at the supervisory level had to be addressed prior to this business case coming forward. So we worked on creating a plan B. It's a temporary plan which provides more support in aquatics. It started on October the 12th and it covers 15 weeks, which gets us to January 25th of next year. In the meantime, I'm presenting this business case, but at the same time, we're also working on a plan C to determine how to support aquatics as of January 25th in case this business case is not supported. Doing nothing is simply not an option. So the second way that this business case helps to address this gap is by providing some training. Over the past year, an aquatic stewardship group was created to help guide the creation of a values-based work environment. And this group has been engaged in communications training. In phase 2 of the development plan, the stewardship group members will help facilitate taking this communications training out to the rest of the staff. Utilizing the same communication skills and tools will help create some standardized expectations and the ability to have effective conversations amongst staff and with patrons. Although the head guards have advanced certifications in aquatics such as life-saving, instructing, and first aid, they haven't had much access to training that helps develop their leadership and supervision skills. So we also have a 6-module leadership development program, which will focus not only on developing these individual skills, but also learning about each other's strengths and building a strong core supervisory team. So the business case offers up 3 options for council to consider. The first option provides for immediate implementation of the growth and development plan in 2022. It allows for the addition of 190 lifeguard hours, which supports the head guards being off deck. Despite this, it is inevitable that the head guards will be required to spend some of their time guarding. And then it also allows for the communications training and the leadership development program to occur. The advantage of this option is the ability to make some much needed change immediately, leading to a more sustainable aquatics operation with an aggressive recruitment strategy, higher rates of staff retention and satisfaction, and reduced rates of turnover and absenteeism. The disadvantage is that it requires an increase of $312,000 to the operating budget. The second option provides for the same option as option 1, but it's spread over 3 years to help minimize the financial impact. So this would support the head guards being off deck 50% of the time in 2022, 75% of the time in 2023, and 100% of the time in 2024 and beyond. All the training is still provided in option 2, with smaller scale training sessions in subsequent years. So the advantage of this option is that the required change still occurs and the financial impact is spread out, but the disadvantage is it'll take longer to implement the required change, and it still leaves the situation where lifeguards are not receiving an ideal level of supervisory time, mentorship, coaching, and support needed to develop their own skills. The third option suggests that council direct staff to come back with an alternate solution. And I mentioned already that we're working on a plan C in case this business case is not supported. And this will involve coming back to council before plan B ends on January 25th to recommend several other options for resourcing aquatics adequately. I say in the business case that this plan will likely require a reduction in service levels either in aquatics or in another area of the department, or perhaps spread over several areas. What I can tell you is we've already been meeting about this, and it will require a reduced level of service to the community in order to sufficiently structure aquatics. So I anticipate that one question you might ask is, how are we going to find all of these lifeguards? So due to the nature of employment in aquatics, there's a constant turnover of staff, and we need to have an aggressive recruitment strategy in place, and it requires the capacity to provide a continuous cycle of the provision of regular advanced aquatic courses, recruitment of staff, orientation, training, coaching, supervision, and mentorship of new lifeguards. In fact, the Life Saving Society now requires every newly minted life-saving first aid and national lifeguard instructor to co-teach their first course with a certified mentor for 40 hours per course, which is a new requirement that we have to provide for. In addition, we're working with the local school board to see if we can certify lifeguards through a 4-credit high school program. This has been done in other communities with a high success rate. With the head guards freed up to provide staff supervision and mentorship to lifeguards, the coordinators and the manager will now have time to focus on this comprehensive recruitment and development strategy, as well as the myriad of other responsibilities assigned to their positions. So believe it or not, I tried to keep that short. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And we also have our manager of aquatics, Ms. Gonzalez, here today, and our manager of culture and events, Ms. Bevan, here today, if you have any questions for them.
Thank you very much. And you have inspired some questions. In order, Councillors Turley, Thorpe, and Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Ms. Wart. So the question that comes to my mind, and perhaps I knew it at one time, but it's totally gone, I can't bring it up, and that is the determination of the number of lifeguards in a facility. Is it based on water surface area, number of patrons? Just what is the ratio determined on?
I can't provide a specific answer to that, but I'm sure Ms. Gonzalez can, so I'll ask her to step down and answer that question.
Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, everybody.
In response to that question, the Health Act actually designates a significant, a certain number, a minimum standard that has to be maintained. Sure. It seems weird to do that inside. So the Health Act tells us how many we have as a minimum, and then the Life Saving Society set standards for supervision for how much time it takes to scan a specific area and back. And what they say for the minimums is that it's like a 1 to 40 ratio and then our facility is sitting about, sorry, that was 1 to 75 is the ratio in the Health Act, and our facility is a 1 to 40 ratio. The ratios could be adjusted depending upon the type of activities that are happening, so higher risk activities would require additional lifeguards.
So if I could just clarify in my mind, so the 1 to 40 is 1 to 40 patrons, and scanning is determined by the square footage of the water service.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And first of all, my apologies for arriving late to the meeting. The good news is I have no cavities. Thank you, Ms. Wark, for your information and really for all the efforts of you and your staff during this time of pandemic and the challenges you've faced with scheduling and everything. It's been overwhelming, and credit to everybody for the work that you've done. I'm not sure if this is a fair question, but I am going to ask it because when I look at the information that you've just provided us regarding proposed changes which are included in the draft budget, and then your comments regarding the crucial needs for the aquatic program, which I appreciate because I think aquatics are probably, and I could stand to be corrected, probably our most popular program in the community. So I see something included in the draft budget which to me would be nice to have, and something not included in the draft budget which you're eloquently arguing is really quite urgently needed. And I'm wondering if those should not be swapped around. So again, maybe that's not a fair question, but I see something that seems to have a higher priority in terms of our city needs, not in the budget, compared to something which has been put in the budget, recognizing that council will have difficult decisions and there's different amounts of money involved. But I have to ask that question.
I think the principal's just been calling someone to the office.
Through the mayor to Councillor Thorpe, that you're right, that's a very unfair question. But how I will answer that is aquatics is absolutely our #1 priority. We need to fix this structural problem.
I hear you, and I really, your passion for that came through, which I really appreciate. So that's excellent information for us to have. I guess what I'm trying to say is maybe I wish it had been included in the draft budget so that we could have a starting point of having it included. But council can still make that decision, of course. So thank you very much. And I guess my only other comment would be regarding staffing for lifeguards. If you're really hard pressed, I believe Mr. Harding at one time was a lifeguard. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hemmons, and then back to Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation, really informative. I just want to make sure that I have, my understanding is correct. So we have a business case that's not included, but that seems crucial to the success of the whole department. I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. That's brutal. Oh, okay, sorry. So Plan B, which gets us through to January, if we don't go with the business case that is not included, but we have that carryover until January, then we're facing a reduction in services if we go with option 2 or option 3. So we're okay to January, but the decision point about the new staff member, our services will be reduced if we don't go with that come January.
So through your worship to Councillor Hemmons, so we do have a temporary plan in place until January 25th, right. But I plan to come back in front of council if the business case is not successful with an alternate plan, and that plan will recommend some service level reductions that help us be able to structure things accordingly so that we can provide the right level of supervision to our staff and mentorship, leadership, development, all those kinds of things, and match that with the level of service that we provide to the community. Essentially, the level of service that we're providing to the community has grown and grown and grown, but we haven't addressed the structure needed to provide that level of service.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Ms. Work again. And I preface this comment or question based on my number of years of experience in the business community where pricing was determined by supply and demand for the most part. And I'm curious when I hear reports that the demand for aquatic services is ever increasing, but the ability to supply them is not necessarily matching that. From a business perspective, that means that there's a gap between the two and perhaps pricing adjustments are necessary to reduce that gap. And I don't know if that's obviously not something maybe in a municipality, but for my train of thought, that is an obvious solution. I don't know if any thought has been given to that or not.
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Turley. That will be part of our user fee review that comes in front of council in January. There have been some small increases to user fees that are recommended that make us more comparable with other municipalities, but they certainly aren't significant that they would make a huge difference, but we need to get ourselves on a path where we're regularly doing user fee reviews so that we're keeping pace with what's actually really happening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Your Worship. As a proud graduate from the LIT program and a city lifeguard, I can definitely understand some of the predicaments that are faced. And I just have a question. Through COVID, was the life-saving programs and training for lifeguards and I think it's called the NLS, I forget all the different certifications now, but was that slowed or stopped at certain points in terms of just training, new recruitments and that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Gesselbrock, yes, it was actually on hold for a significant period of time, and then it slowly ramped up, and they had to change the requirements for certifications. So, for example, one thing that was very new to us and required more staffing was needing to use bag valves when resuscitating patrons. And I believe through the conversations I've had across the province that is something that's going to stay with us as well into the future.
Oh, okay, and just as the training opened back up, has it been filled? Are the offerings being filled by people interested in getting it?
Through the mayor, Council Gesselbrock, yes, we have been aggressively recruiting lifeguards, but I think like everything that's been impacted by the pandemic, there'll be a slow sort of picking up of getting to where we once used to be. It'll just be a gradual process where we get back up to speed.
Okay, great. And the high school credit idea, I think that's a great one. So thanks for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Warwick.
Thank you.
Much appreciated this morning. Over to you, Mr. Groot.
Thanks, Your Worship and Council. Again, it's my pleasure and honor to be able to speak on behalf of the team that makes up the Facility and Parks Operations Department. There is an amazing group of dedicated staff that perform the work, complete the projects that allow the citizens of Nanaimo to experience amazing parks, trails, natural areas, facilities, programs, and many other amenities. Please feel free to stop me at any time for questions. just the black arrow? Yeah, on the right. Yeah, it's not wanting to move forward. Oh, there we go. Now it's caught up. Okay, sorry about that. So facility and park operations is now divided into 3 sections, and each area has different responsibility. Park operations, managed by Ms. Charlotte Davis, who's in the back there, is further broken down into horticulture and arboriculture, turf and neighborhood parks, trails and construction, and utilities. And then on the civic facility side of the department, we have the responsibility of civic facility maintenance, including projects and planning, and that's managed by Mr. Mark DeMecca, also in the gallery in the seats. And then the third section of the department is recreation facilities and custodial services, managed by Mr. Mike Bryson. It also includes facility maintenance, projects, and planning. So different from last year, if you remember, is we had a 4th section, and that was energy and infrastructure management. But that group has moved over into engineering, into the new facility assets section, led by Jennifer McCaskill, who is the manager of facility asset planning. This was one of the steps resulting from the 2019 reorg, and as a result, it's added a much needed focused resource for the facility and park operations department, as well as the organization as a whole, rather than trying to have operational positions focused on long-term planning, capital planning, and assessments. We have dedicated resources so that gives capacity back to operational managers to be able to work on and plan for the day-to-day. The facility and park operations portion of the budget is only about 5.5%. And again, majority wages, and then just some other components that make that up. Achievements. So Bevan Pool. I wanted to talk about it because I think we can be proud of the work that's been accomplished during the closure. And even though staff are still facing challenges in regard to the leak, they have done an amazing amount of work over the past weeks, months, to eliminate, identify, repair everything possible. And through Mike Bryson and his staff and specialty contractors, we have identified the area and the 2 kind of culprits of what is contributing to this ongoing leak. And based on contractor availability, those repairs will start to happen in the coming weeks. So we're actually quite hopeful. And then what we plan to do is come back to senior leadership and mayor and council to provide updates regarding that. So some of the great things that were accomplished during the extended closure in 2021 as part of the council-supported a decision at the March 17th Finance and Audit Committee funding request. And those improvements included men's, women's, and universal change rooms were completely updated with new LED lighting, new concrete countertops, automatic plumbing fixtures, new floor tile, new wall tile, fresh bright paint all throughout, as well as updated signage, because we actually had a very interesting combination of several different decades of signage. So it was very nice to bring that up to a standard. As well, if you've been recently, since we've partially reopened, there's all new artwork throughout the pool area, through the pool areas, created by Elliot Whitehill, and it's amazing. The signage is interactive so that people can hear about the art, the creatures, the stories, and the Hulkaminum words. All of this has renewed Bevan Pool, and you can feel it as soon as you walk in and see all of the improvements and artwork together. There was ongoing adaptation and reaction to the ever-present COVID-19 pandemic throughout 2021, and there remains a vigilant approach to the ongoing situation. Communication to the organization and the community proves challenging based on the frequency of the Provincial Health Office announcements, impacts to and monitoring of facilities, recreation facilities, amenities, playgrounds was a team effort by all staff in the Parks, Recreation and Culture Division, as well as many people in the rest of the organization. But I would like to do a big shout out and thanks to Ms. Wark for helping us navigate through that all. 2021 has presented this organization and this community with some interesting challenges, but also allowed for the creation of more great programs to allow for the continued use and enjoyment of the great outdoor spaces in our city. Community members visited our parks, trails, playgrounds, open spaces, and natural areas in increased numbers, and it was noticeable when out and about in those areas. This increased use and the information and comments that were received as part of the Reimagine process are also what helped to inform the 2 business cases in my department's request, and we're going to review that at the end of the presentation. Richard would cringe seeing this picture without people and the patrons and the community, but I wanted to illustrate the importance of this upgrade. It's an upgrade that was almost 40 years in the making, right? So, and what it's done for the facility is that it's modernized it and it's turned it into a facility that is, thanks to council support and decisions that were made, it's now what we call generator ready, and it's future-proofed for those next steps in regard to an emergency response center. The biggest challenge of the project, though, was to minimize the closures to the different areas of the facility while operating almost at normal, capacity throughout the pandemic. Island Health has been a fixture during this year as part of the ongoing response to the pandemic, and interruption to their ability to do this was minimal. Many city facilities received upgrades of varying type, size, and criticality. The photo above, 25 Victoria Road, now known as the Ovi Art Center, had the second phase of the envelope restoration project completed. This means that the entire building is now new. That includes doors, windows, repairs to the structure, and it's a very, very good looking facility now. To name a few notable department projects for 2021, which we'll also spend more time on Friday discussing and explaining more. But a key notable project is the Nanaimo Search and Rescue Operations Center upgrade. There will be a grand opening event tomorrow morning at 8:30, and everyone will be able to see the complete transformation of the former activity center and fire hall. This building and all of its upgrades completely complements the 25-year co-management agreement that was signed in 2019. Thanks to council approval, funds for phase 2, originally planned for 2022, were fast-tracked to 2021, and as a result, the project finished sooner. It actually has finished somewhat under budget, and it allows for Nanaimo Search and Rescue to resume normal full operations out of this response center. So that's a very, very great accomplishment. Gallows Point Dock, originally a 2020 project, brought through to 21 for the bulk of the work. The residents now of Protection Island and emergency service providers alike have a far safer, well-lit dock to arrive at, a wider, less steep ramp that stretchers can be wheeled up and down on as a result of the project. If you remember in previous presentations, we heard stories of emergency responders having to ask patrons to get off of the stretcher when tides were very low, right? So that's no longer an issue with the new amenity at Gallows Point Dock, or at Gallows Point. Rotary Bowl track replacement. I'm happy to announce that aside from some minor deficiencies that will be required to be repaired or finished in the spring of next year, the track is reopened. And so it's a completely brand new facility, and the track will be IAAF certified. So that's the International Association of Athletics Federation. And so this means that national and international competitions can be held here, and that puts this track and the ability to host those events in somewhat of a spotlight.
Councillor Hemmons has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Quickly, I recall when we first started talking about the track repairs that there were two steps we could take. One was to repair the track and not deal with the root systems. And I'm curious which option we took. Are we, with the repairs, because I know the trees are still there, did we do that remediation work to ensure that the track will remain as is for a good long while?
Yeah, so through Your Worship to Councillor Hemmons, previous investigation prior to the project starting. We actually did a bunch of borehole testing throughout that area to ensure the route pattern and where it had traveled, and so remediation was done in advance of, and then repairs to any of that subsurface work. Some of the other things that we did too for future proofing was put conduit underneath areas of the track so that if there were additional, a change to irrigation or additional electrical requirements or what have you, that we never would need to dig the track up for that particular reason.
Great. Such an asset to our community. I'm glad to see it well taken care of.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Design work for Loudon Park Activity Center, which has been a long-standing proposed project, includes updates and modifications as per the discussions and meetings held with council and community user groups this all throughout the year. The survey that we put out to the public after the modified option 1 discussion happened with council, it went out to the public and it closed end of September, early October. And so we're going to be coming forward with the results of those surveys. And there was a 75% support of that modified version 1 that was discussed at that meeting earlier this year with council. The design for Westwood Lake improvements is also out to public survey, or was out, and it just closed on October 31st. So staff are going to work to summarize both of those surveys and then provide that information back to council in coming meetings. In 2021, parks projects included ongoing natural area assessment programs, resulting in recommended works in parks and forested areas across the city. Parks operations staff and contractors completed the work, and as a result, improved the health and safety of the tree canopy, but also improved the safety for the residents that use these areas on a daily basis. Westwood Lake, Lindley Valley, Colliery Dam, Saxon Park are areas that were assessed, and work was completed in Bevan Park and around Westwood Lake. Sugarloaf Mountain Slope Stabilization Phase 2 was also completed this year, and staff were successful in obtaining a $36,000 grant through MIABC to help cover some of the overages or the costs associated to that Phase 2 work. In partnership with the Nanaimo Lions Club, Harewood Centennial Park Playground received additional upgrades, which include accessible play equipment and rubberized safety surfacing, which also enhances that accessibility component. Another example of an ongoing but very important project is the park's GIS asset inventory. Staff continue working with the GIS and IT departments to develop and implement an asset inventory of all park assets. All of this data is important to help develop strong preventative maintenance and long-term replacement plans. Not only were there great projects completed, but regular inspection, maintenance, and repairs were also completed as part of staff's regular annual work plans. This work is what the foundation is of our department. In 2021, staff continued to work with external stakeholders such as service groups, neighborhood associations, community groups, nonprofits, user groups, as well as consultants and contractors to build strong relationships to achieve overall sectional objectives. Facility and park operations continues to work towards defining roles and responsibilities within the operational sections of the department to reduce any duplication or redundancy in annual operations. There is great ongoing collaboration between the park operations section, the recreation services section, community groups, partners, and volunteers to continue to remove invasive species from our parks and open spaces across the community. "2021 will see the above mentioned work, or the mentioned work on your screen, either designed or tendered, and some of the work will be completed, but the majority will be finished in time for the beginning of key 2022 athletic seasons. The Stadium District will see improvements realized over the coming years, and all of them will improve the athletes' and visitors' experiences at the multiple venues. Staff will be coming forward on Friday to provide an update to Council to review possible opportunities to future-proof the conceptual designs previously discussed for the Stadium District. The washrooms at Neck Point Park, originally a 21 project, but carried through to 22 for various reasons, but it will bring a very welcome and needed facility to Neck Point Park and very much enhance the park for all ages of users that visit and recreate here. Reimagine Nanaimo through the engagement process was a main focus in 2020 and continues to be in 2021 and will carry through to 2022. The official community plan and the Parks, Recreation and Culture Master Plan documents outline a shared community vision and set priorities and guide division activities over the next 10 years or more. The PRC Master Plan will set out strategic actions to achieve OCP policies and goals. Collaborative approaches are helping to integrate policies, share resources, and dovetail community engagement activities. Some of the feedback from the surveys is indicating how much the community enjoys their parks and open spaces and how they wish to see more attention paid to them, to these amenities and assets. This information is helpful for staff to be able to plan for the future works and resources needed to achieve the expected levels of service. Every year, staff work to improve capital and maintenance planning processes to better identify future works and projects required to operate, maintain, and maximize operational expectations and energy improvements in all of the assets in facility and park operations portfolios. The corporation continues to undertake the important work of implementing a computerized asset management system, or also known as a computerized maintenance management system. This project will streamline operations and maintenance across the organization, identify redundant activities that are missing, and help to determine funding and resource gaps required to keep facility and park amenities operating at a level required to provide the level of service that this community expects. It will also allow for wholesome discussion and decision-making, as those funds and resources are not limitless.
Councillor Martman has a question.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, just the one slide back, out of curiosity, can you tell me why we're thinking, you had something about changing the teaching pool to a hot tub?
Yeah, so through Your Worship to Councillor Martman, so it's just an example of looking at existing amenities or existing facilities, and is there an opportunity or a way to repurpose an area of a building or a particular function of a building. And so the hot tub that we have at Bevan Pool it's not the largest hot tub. It's kind of awkward to get into. So what staff were looking at is the opportunity to turn a portion of the teach pool into more like a hot tub or a swirl pool with higher temperature. That teach pool has far better access. You'd be able to improve accessibility access. And so it was really more a discussion around that. And so those are things that we continue to look at as part of our facility portfolio.
But it wouldn't be taking away the teaching.
No, it wouldn't be taken away. It would just be adding in one end. So it still would have that teach pool function, but there would be part of it that could be activated as a swirl pool hot tub.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Staff in the Parks, Recreation and Culture Division are adaptable, creative, dedicated, and resilient. And this allows for opportunities to be realized throughout the year. Collaborative relationships in the organization, but also in the community, are what bring initiatives and opportunity to realization. Staff look forward to continue to develop those internal and external relationships through internal communication. The creation and implementation of internal training programs has started in 21 and will continue through into 2022. As asset inventories continue to be developed, the information will be used to match existing work programs, to formalize activity registries, to continue to enhance our preventative maintenance plans across the facility and park operations department. These efforts will make sure that this department is well poised for the CAMS or CMMS implementation. Business case is not currently in the draft budget. I'm going to start just with the lead supervisor. The business case itself was authored very, very well. It was very descriptive, so I don't have a lot to add except for, as very well described in the business case document for the lead supervisor, the addition of this lead operational role is key for several reasons. This reporting structure of adding a lead supervisor role isn't a new structure to the organization. This would mirror or reflect structure at Public Works, as they have lead supervisors looking after supervisors that look after staff. It allows for the day-to-day operational needs and requirements to be dealt with by the appropriate position, and thus allowing for the manager to gain capacity to focus on the ongoing planning and strategic management of the park operations section as a whole, including developing a more robust management plan for our natural and undeveloped park areas. The current portfolio of the manager of park operations is not properly resourced at this particular level, and this position responds to that need. And then the park's maintenance worker playgrounds. Again, the business case for the position is very well written, is thoughtful in its description, and absolutely identifies why this position is key to the park's operations section. The addition of a dedicated position that is only focused on the inspection, maintenance, and repair of the city playgrounds not only responds to the maintenance needs identified in the 2018-2019 assessment that we had done of all of our playgrounds, but also responds to the feedback in some of the information that we're getting back through the Reimagine process. It also ensures that our playgrounds are well maintained, safer, and ultimately last longer. In closing, I would like to say thank you for the ongoing direction and support that this department and division receives from the senior leadership team, this mayor and council, as well as from the other departments across the organization that help us realize the amazing work that is accomplished every year. And I'd also like to say thanks to the whole PRC management team. Oh, and then before we go, I'm no Richard Harding at all, but in the spirit of sustainability and environment, we've got some fun little packages for council. There is a reusable bag. There are bubbles, aka Richard Harding fun. And then a bookmark that also has some seeds in there. And then there's a bamboo reusable straw. And then I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Groot. Are you suggesting council can be bought?
Not at all. Not at all. It wasn't going to be outdone. That's all.
I must say, not commenting on Chief Doyle's lack of gifts the other day, but Superintendent Fletcher is certainly, and former Chief Fry have certainly set a standard, and I much appreciate you attempting to meet it.
I think we probably beat it.
Any questions? I think council is very happy. So thank you very much to both you and Ms. Warwick for the presentations, Ms. Gonzalez, others, thank you. And we will reconvene at 12:30. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the city's South Fork Water Treatment Plant. This is where we take water that we collect in our lakes and rivers, pipe it, we filter it and treat it before we send it off to the city's distribution system in your taps. This facility actually does a better job than most home filtration systems. The water that comes into your home that you use every day, that you bathe in every day, that you wash your clothes in every day, is cleaner than anything you can get anywhere.
Here you see filtration in action. It's kind of like watching paint dry. There's nothing to really see. But if you look in the tank, you'll see the froth on the top. That's dissolved organic matter, and when we aerate the tank, that froths up, and that's why that's up there.
We take all the little particles, all the organic matter, any insects or bugs that might be in the water, and pathogens that we're trying to filter out, they're all gone. We filter the water using a series of membranes.
So what we're looking at here is a membrane filtration module. So when I talk about the membranes filtering the water, this is what we're filtering the water with. And while you might think that the water flows through like the baleen of a whale, it's not true. These are hollow fiber membranes. So each of these little tiny strands are hollow, just like a shoelace. And the membrane is wrapped around the outside of these tiny little hollow fibers. So these sit in a bath of water, raw water, and then we pull the water through the wall of the straw or the shoelace, and then it travels along and it collects in this vessel at the end here. And this hole at the end is where we pull the water out.
And the membranes are like an almost impermeable waterproof layer that we pull the water through. So now we're just left with clean, pure drinking water. Take care.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
Hey, Tiana.
Hey.
This sure is the coldest rink in town.
Thank you.
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh.
Go, 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 go!
Penalty shot! Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, down in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
What we have here is the Real Ice technology that was installed at the Nanaimo Ice Center. It allows us to use cold water from traditionally hot water that we used to use for making ice. Basically, the water will come in through the bottom, go in through a vortex idea, making the air bubbles microscopic in size, which makes a better, more dense sheet of ice.
Differences that you'll see with the Real Ice is there's less snow developed, so that's easier for cleaning, and also it's a denser, harder, clear ice. So the ice skaters will certainly enjoy that. And the city plans to implement Real Ice at our other 2 arenas as well. Some of the other efficiencies we've implemented in this facility are LED lights in some areas, and we've also, in the last few years, installed a higher efficiency refrigeration system, which lowers our energy costs. Both Zambonis at our facility are now electrically operated, so there's no harmful emissions, and they're very quiet as well. So what this means for the city is that we're able to use less energy and also reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, which is more beneficial to the environment.
This is a plug catch basin. We have 10,000 plus of these in the city of Nanaimo with over 600 kilometers of road. Maintenance staff can't be everywhere at once. So we don't ask a lot for the city of Nanaimo residents, but if they know that they have one of these catch basins, clear it off with a shovel or a rake. Do not use your hands. If this gets plugged, you could ultimately flood a neighbor around the corner, flood a road, which is prone to hydroplaning. And if you're lucky enough that you have a green bin, by all means, throw the compost into the green bin. And if you don't, throw it into a composting pile. It's just going to make a lot of the roads much more clear once we have the debris lifted off. During a snow event, the catch basin can be plugged with snow. The resident knows the proximity of the catch basin. By all means, grab a shovel or a rake, don't use your hands, and clear it off again. This is ultimately going to save you from flooding the road or your neighbor. You know, as much as we want help cleaning the plug catch basins off, please do not assist us by trying to unplug a culvert. Call the city yard. They have 24/7 service. It's 250-758-5222. And also there is sandbags and sand available. Just bring a shovel.
This is one of the City of Nanaimo Public Works snow and ice control vehicles.
And this is actually set up for a brining unit right now, or anti-icing. And what brine is a 23.3% sodium chloride solution. And it comes out of the spray bars down here at the bottom, and it's made here at the Public Works Yard. It's a proactive method of snow and ice control, as when we know that there's a winter storm coming, we can actually lay this down on the road prior to the event.
By putting the brine down before the snow comes, it buys time. It lets us get on the roads, and then when we hit it with the plows, it doesn't stick. The snow doesn't stick, it comes off much easier. Whereas if we didn't brine, the snow has an opportunity to freeze to the road.
So another benefit of the brining or anti-icing unit is that during the frosty mornings, we can have it drive down the road, and then immediately the frost disappears as they're applying the brine.
Brine's a great tool for us. It's very cost effective. We can stretch our hard-pressed tax dollars to the maximum. We can make brine for cents on the dollar.
So the other thing that we ask is that everyone stays back from these anti-icing or any winter maintenance vehicles, as they have limited visibility and it's poor conditions out there, and they're trying to maneuver around everything. So just stay back and give them a little bit of room to operate and clear the roads.
So here we are in the Public Works Yard, City of Nanaimo, and what you look around, you can see our various tools that we use for snow and ice fighting. We have tandem trucks, 4x4 trucks, we have backhoes. All our trucks are capable of having front plows on them, and the larger trucks we have belly plows on them as well, and they all have a salter sander that can be mounted on the back.
This is another tool in our winter maintenance fleet. It's a salting machine. And what happens is that the salt gets loaded into this hopper, and on this conveyor where it gets hit with these two saddle tanks, which are full of brine. Then it comes out here on the spreader. And why we add the brine is that it reduces the amount of spray from the salt, so it doesn't bounce nearly as far, saving about 20 to 30% of our salt. As well, by using the anti-icing liquid on the salt, the activation starts right as it hits the road.
The purpose of the salt is to keep the roads bare, keep ice from forming on the road. Again, safety for everyone, including ourselves and the public. That's why we put the salt down.
Today we're talking about clearing catch basins or road drains on residential roads. The first thing to understand is where the catch basin is in proximity to your residence. When clearing a catch basin or road drain, we want to make sure that you make yourself visible and aware of oncoming traffic. When clearing snow or debris from a catch basin, we ask that you put it in an area where it will not plug the catch basin again, not placing it on an already shoveled driveway or sidewalk. Sandbags are available at 2020 Labio Road 24/7. Just remember to make sure you bring a shovel. The City of Nanaimo and Public Works appreciate your help in keeping your catch basins clear. Thank you.
So this is one of our larger winter maintenance vehicles. They're very versatile in that they can be equipped with a lot of our different pieces of equipment. Right now this one has a front plow, a belly plow, as well as a salter or spreader box. We also have a brine unit that fits into this vehicle. This is the belly plow, and it's really good at removing hard-packed snow and ice. And then back up here to the front, we have what everyone is more familiar with. This front plow can push a lot of snow, so make sure that you slow down and keep your distance from the vehicles to ensure safety.
We have 17 vehicles that we use within the snow and ice operations for the city of Nanaimo. We also have an early shift that starts at 5 in the morning, and we have a night patrol, an afternoon shift, and an evening shift. They are eyes on the road, keeping us appraised of the conditions so that when the snow starts falling or ice starts forming on the roads, they can start salting and also call for other resources and mobilize the crews out. Our emergency routes, they are priority routes. They consist of roads that go to and from the hospitals, from the fire department stations, and from the BC ambulance stations. They're also their main commerce routes through the city of Nanaimo. So this allows commerce to happen during a snow event. So we hit those roads first. Once those are clear and open, then we move into the secondary roads, and then we move into the residential areas, which are dead-end roads and cul-de-sacs. And it can take up to 96 hours before we get into the residential areas. One of the side effects of plowing snow is it does end up on the sidewalk, and this can be very frustrating for homeowners and business owners that have just cleaned the sidewalk. It also pulls into their driveways. The crews try to keep it as close to the curb as they can, but we need to open the road right up to the curb to allow the drains to be exposed for when the snow starts to melt.
On snow days like this, the city of Nanaimo sends out a fleet of plows. How well equipped are these trucks?
They're really well equipped. We all have plows and sanders on them. We come with a belly plow too, so we're well prepared once we get a big snow like this. A lot of waves, a lot of friendly faces. People are pretty happy when you come and rescue them and clear off their road. So on our maps to determine where we go, we follow our red routes, which are our bus routes and our major routes, and they're first. Then our secondary routes are in purple, followed lastly by our side streets, which are in yellow. We try not to cover a nicely shoveled driveway, but sometimes we don't really have an option, and it's unfortunate. We're not trying to do it on purpose.
In some cases, the plows can't scrape heavily packed or iced snow right down to the surface of the pavement. So how does it clear away?
We're taking off as much as we can, and then we're putting lots of salt down to melt the rest. So sometimes it just takes a little bit longer, but it's usually pretty effective. Salting is really important because if we get it down like this, then roads won't freeze, and way safer for the drivers out there.
And in terms of safety and getting the job done, are there some challenges to plowing in Nanaimo?
Yeah, Nanaimo's got a lot of hills, a lot of narrow streets, cars parked on it. It can be pretty tough sometimes.
How can drivers parking on the side of the road in Nanaimo help?
Just make sure they're parked legally and as close to the curb as possible so we can widen the streets as much as we can. We don't always move very fast, but that's important to push the snow, so we really appreciate if people can give us a little bit of space. These are big trucks. We have salters going, spinning, and we're still on a lot of ice and snow, so when we try to go up a hill, if people are right behind us, it can be dangerous for everybody. So we appreciate it. Everybody can give us some space behind us, and we'll give lots of space in front.
hey, Tiana.
Hey.
This sure is the coldest rink in town.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, buddy!
Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh.
Go, 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 go!
Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, down in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done.
Next, you're going to hit search. And you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's VOYENT. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there, hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in, it just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow. And the reason that is, if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up. Good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone. The next is Engineering and Public Works. Mr. Sims, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Worship. Appreciate the opportunity to be here in front of Council in the coveted after-lunch spot at the very end of this series of business plan presentations. I'll try and keep it light and interesting for you. Engineering often is used to mopping up after the other emergency services have been through. So there's a number of acknowledgements I'd like to make really on behalf of the division, and that's really Council's commitment to governance. And I think we've seen, across the entire organization, a real groundswell of activity and support from a staff that's grateful to be governed well. And I'd like to also speak to not only my colleagues on the senior leadership team, but my staff and staff across the entire organization as well. I've spent a lot of time thinking about the culture of this organization and why it works. And I really feel that the staff that are here are committed to their community, committed to a service ethic, and they're committed to each other. And I think that's really why it works. That's why this organization has functioned well through hard times and into good times, and again through the pandemic. And lastly, I just really, Mr. Elliott and I were just chatting a little bit, and his comments around, over his tenure in the organization, seeing how the transition has gone from, fiefdoms between departments to one really large family that's really coherent. And that's been my word of the year throughout this pandemic, is coherence.
Very kind, thank you.
We're not very imaginatively named, but we're practical and we're functional. So the division is Engineering and Public Works, made up of engineering, who's led by Mr. Rosen, who's been with the organization for 12 years and oversees a staff of about 44 people. The big part of his group is sort of the planning for over $3 billion in assets that we use to deliver city services. Projects, which we're looking at around about $57 million this year. Transportation, buried infrastructure, and then a whole bunch of other odds and ends like geotechnical issues. And the public works side of the house is led by Mr. Elliott. This year is over 41 years with the city, and seen that transition, and we're grateful for that service. That's an outstanding level of service to the community. He's responsible for between 110 and 120 employees. That's quite and it's the operation and maintenance of about $2.5 billion in assets. So this is the running of all of the infrastructure that delivers those services. Storm drainage, sewer collection, water supply, treatment, distribution, roads, sanitation, we pick up garbage, cemeteries, and of course the fleet. And I'd maybe be remiss in not introducing a couple of new staff members this year. One of them is our fleet manager, Brandon Miller, who's here in the audience, in the audience today. And Mr. Groot referenced Jennifer McCaskill, our facilities asset planner, who's also here in the audience. Worship, happy to advise that this year the division's seen a few awards that Council's aware of. So certainly for Complete Street Standards and Metro Drive, international recognition received, as well as local with UBCM. And just a sneak peek of an award that Your Worship will receive on November the 15th from the Canadian Public Works Association. So similar to other divisions, this is us. We're about a quarter of the city's budget. This is all the sort of operating side of things, excuse me. And it covers many of those services that I mentioned. When you add the user fee funded services such as sanitation, sewer, and water, for a little over $100 per household, about the same amount as your cable bill, the entire suite of services is provided. So I will pass it over first to Mr. Rosen to cover off engineering, and of course we'll be happy to take any questions throughout.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sims. Welcome, Mr. Rosen. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Sims, and it's a pleasure to speak to you, Your Worship, and councillors. So today I'll be talking about the engineering business plan for 2022. And I'll first describe just how we're organized. As Mr. Sims mentioned, we really see ourselves as one big team, but obviously our responsibilities are divvied up and focused in certain areas. Within engineering, we have 4 separate sort of groups. And so the three of the groups, transportation, facility asset management, and municipal infrastructure, they're really focused around understanding the condition and the needs of the community and making plans for upgrading or renewing or enhancing or whatever. And then the capital projects group, they're really focused on implementation of those plans. So that's really how we're broken up. And I'd actually like to introduce you to the leads for each of those groups. So for transportation, the lead for that is Jamie Rose. So Jamie, if you could stand up. Thanks, Jamie. Municipal infrastructure is Doris Fournier. Capital projects is Phil Stewart. And facilities asset management is Jen McCaskill, who is new to the city this year, and I'll get into that a bit more in a little while. So you can see this is the engineering share of the operating budget. So I've got a series of slides that talk about notable achievements within the various departments and some of the considerations and opportunities we have going forward. So within engineering, we have a group that looks after the administration. We have clerical staff within there that look after a lot of permits. So you can see over 2021, we've processed quite a few permits, which is a little bit lower than what we would normally see, but still quite a bit of activity. We brought a co-op student on board for 8 months. We try and do this every year on a regular basis. And we hire students from the various universities around the province generally, but we have on occasion hired from out of province. And it's a really good program. I think the students appreciate it, the staff appreciate sharing their knowledge, and we feel like we're building the future staff. I mean, we do have some challenges with recruitment. We've got a couple of openings that have been posted for quite a while, and they can be challenging to fill. So anything we can do to help the future potential staff is a good thing. So notable achievements within the transportation group. And I've got a series of bullets there that talk about some of the achievements, but these are shared achievements between various groups. So for example, the 49,000 square meters of asphalt road surface renewal. I mean, these are partnerships with staff in public works, and so it's shared accomplishments here. I just wanted to sort of point out a few of the key statistics that we accomplished over the course of 2021. So we added 4 kilometers of bike lanes and cycle tracks, over 2 kilometers of sidewalks. And as Mr. Sims mentioned, there was a couple of awards that the city received for the engineering standards that council adopted last year. So as council might recall, there was a Transportation Association of Canada award that we received last year, but this year we received 2 awards. One of them was the 2021 Institute of Transportation Engineers Technical Achievement Award. Now that is a major international award that really put Nanaimo on the map in terms of all professional transportation engineers in North America. So when you look at the ITE website and you look at their list of awards, and there's only a couple of them, Nanaimo is sitting right there at the top of the list. It's quite humbling.
There's nothing wrong with a little bragging. You deserve it.
So the transportation group has been working hard developing an update to the pedestrian prioritization planning process, and council will be receiving in the very near future a presentation and a summary of where that's at right now. For 2021, council allocated a considerable increase to what we call the PED unallocated fund. So we've been working really hard to develop projects and plans and implement that. And we have a tender that's either out right now or it's about to go out for a large package of those. We won't be able to complete them all this year, but we intend to have those addressed early in 2022 if there are some that slide over to next year. Continuing on with notable achievements within transportation, there's a number of major projects that were completed, including Metro Phase 1, the Front Street Cycle Track, 4 traffic calming projects, which are quite challenging because there's a lot of community consultation and there's often a lot of trade-offs between what the various aspects of the neighborhood would want or road users and so on, so it can be quite challenging to implement those. Quite a few development reviews. This group is one of the referral groups for development referrals because they're essentially a subject matter expert for transportation. So they get referred a lot of these things, so they have to look at those. So looking forward to 2022, considerations and opportunities. Continuing on with Reimagine, obviously active transportation is a huge focus there, as well as all mobility. Looking at road safety, Vision Zero policy, we'll be moving forward with that. With the pandemic, there's obviously been some big impacts to how people move around, and we're watching that and we're tracking it, but we know it's not what we would call a steady state right now, so we're continuing to track that. One of the challenges we had is for 2021, we were going to complete an asphalt level of service study in collaboration with Public Works. It was a bit of a challenge obtaining a consultant for that, but we're intending to continue to move that forward. A traffic signal management system would allow the city to have a central location where we could understand the real-time situation at each of the signals, make adjustments on the fly. A lot of communities do have these, and they allow the community to optimize traffic flow and patterns. In real time, it allows us to extract more efficiency out of the transportation network. So we're working hard on developing that and designing that out in 2022. Accessibility improvements. Again, there'll be an enhanced pedestrian unallocated amount there to look after. We'll be testing the implementation of the revised sidewalk and crossing evaluation guidelines that I mentioned earlier, and updates to the traffic impact assessment guidelines for development referrals and so on, particularly to address the multimodal needs. So the Municipal Infrastructure Group, some notable achievements from 2021. They completed a major update of the citywide water distribution model, as well as a number of sanitary and storm sewer sort of technical studies. They also have a sewer and drainage flow monitoring program, as well as a CCTV pipe evaluation program. It's kind of the city's eyes and ears on the condition of our sewers, and it allows us to understand what the priorities are, what the condition of various pipes and so on, both from a condition and a capacity standpoint. So continuing to expand, maintain and expand that program. That group also undertook a review of establishing a stormwater utility. We'll be in front of council in the near future to talk a little bit about our findings for that. And as well as they also completed a number of development reviews as well, because they're also a technical sort of center for utility expertise. So opportunities and considerations for 2022. Continuing on with the citywide water distribution master plan with an updated model. Now this is different from the water supply master plan. This water distribution master plan is more of a technical exercise to make sure the pipes are large enough to handle the fire flows and the land use and so on that will come out of the Reimagine process. There's also a couple of master plans that the group will be undertaking, a sanitary one in Brecken and a drainage master plan in the Departure Bay Creek catchment area, as well as furthering the stormwater utility funding model. So the capital projects group, so this is the implementation group that I mentioned. Now, one of the things I wanted to mention here was that the project timeline and life cycle doesn't always match up with our calendar year or our financial calendar, budget planning cycles. So there's some that we start in one year and they finish in the next year or something. Anyway, so we've categorized these as projects that have started in 2020 and we completed them in 2021. So there's a number of them there, major ones like Metro Drive, Millstone Trunk Sewer Replacement, and the renovations in the SARC. There's some that we started in 2021 and they're underway right now, but they won't be completed until next year. Metro Drive Complete Streets Phase 2, the utility work is well underway there. Bowen Park Trailway and utility upgrades, that's the big sewer project that you may have seen through Bowen Park. Front Street, Complete Street, that's essentially finished. And then 4th Street, Complete Streets, Harewood to Pine, that one's about to get started. So there's some projects that were under design in 2021 and will be constructed in 2022. Things like Midtown Gateway, Terminal Avenue upgrades, Halliburton Sidewalk, Albert Street. And there'll be another session on Friday to talk to council in a bit more detail about these projects. Some notable achievements. In addition to the projects there, we also we're governed by the Engineering Act, the Professional Governance Act regulates the profession of engineering, and that changed for this year. So the city has had to apply and receive their professional practice designation as an organization, so we've done that. The group has delivered 63 projects, or at least 63 projects have been underway with a value of $57 million. So it's quite a large portfolio of work for the group. They have a number of tools for getting the work done in terms of procuring vendors. And so traditionally things like an RFP or an RFSOQ or like a traditional tender or something like that. So working with the purchasing group, we've developed a new tool called a negotiated request for proposal that is going to allow us to engage contractors in a way that will add more value to the city for certain types of projects. So we haven't really used it yet, but we're planning to pilot that pretty soon. There's a few projects that were delayed for permitting reasons. The White Eagle, Strongatharm, and White Street were delayed. And then the Commercial Bastion intersection, I think council was aware that we were intending to have that completed this year. We deliberately delayed that to allow us to align the design with the Commercial Street revitalization initiative that's underway right now. So that will allow us to make sure that that intersection and the trees that we took down to fix the sidewalk, so all that is aligned nicely with the future vision for Commercial Street. Looking forward to 2022, we're intending to leverage the city's new negotiated request for proposal document. There's a number of significant projects we're intending to complete. And obviously this group also acts as a resource or a service group for other departments within the city, such as parks or fire or corporate services. Like we work with them to deliver their capital projects as well. The Facilities Asset Management Group. So this was mentioned by Mr. Groot earlier, that the responsibility for facility asset planning has been transferred over to engineering, and this group has been developed. Mr. Groot and Mr. Harding have been working on this for more than a decade now, so this is really just the next incremental step in the enhancement of the city's ability to plan and manage facility assets. So this year we hired Jen McCaskill, who's the lead for that group, and they've continued to do what they're great at, which is to understand the condition of various facility components and so on.
Councillor Hammond has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship, and sorry to interrupt your presentation. Going back, the negotiated RFP, is that what you called it? The negotiated request for proposal. Does that have anything to do with our new sustainable procurement policy? Or if not, is there an opportunity for those two to, well, I guess the negotiated request for proposal to be included in our sustainable procurement policy? Can you just tell me how those two interact?
Through your worship to Councillor Hammond. So the negotiated request for proposal is just one of the tools that we would have within the sustainable procurement sort of portfolio. So there's a whole series of procurement tools that we would have that would fall under that policy. Okay. So at quite a bit, two different things at two different levels, essentially.
Thank you.
But certainly the negotiated request for proposal would look to the overall overarching policy for guidance and direction and so on in terms of how to, what to emphasize in terms of scoring criteria or what have you.
Sorry, so just to be clear, this the negotiated request for proposal isn't an operationalized sustainable procurement policy. Like they're not, you didn't do this because council passed a sustainable procurement policy. This is just
This is staff working with purchasing to develop an improved tool for us to be able to procure services.
Okay, thank you.
Your Worship, just briefly, I think some of the sustainable elements that we would build into either a negotiated RFP or any type of procurement would would be part of the selection criteria that would be used. So if that helps, so we'd use the sustainable elements to make the selection.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so just the last bullet on this slide here, I just wanted to point out that the Capital Projects Group really does work as a service bureau for other departments, and we continue to work with them on their ongoing projects. Facility assets. So one of the council's strategic priorities was to develop a facilities asset plan. So we've been starting a framework for that, and we'll be introducing that to council likely early in 2022, and that will really be an update, an asset management update on the condition of our facilities and how we score the condition of them relative to other facilities and so on, as well as there'll be some policy pieces to that in terms of how we prioritize renewal and the strategies we take for maintaining them and so on. Here's a series of projects that the group completed over the year. I won't get into each one of them. One of the most interesting ones, though, is if I can get this to work. Maybe you can see so this one here, so I'm trying this new tool out just to make sure it works. But there's a significant opportunity for council to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by some energy reduction, not energy reduction, but greenhouse gas reduction projects at both NAC and at Beban. And we'll be bringing forward some details on that to council early in 2022, but it's a really significant initiative that we've been working hard to develop that. There we go. So in addition to what I just mentioned in terms of that energy, that carbon reduction project, we're also developing this facility asset strategy, as well as a prioritization process for facility renewals and recommended funding levels. So that's it for the slide deck. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Martman, please.
Thank you. Through you. Just out of curiosity again, so I see you've got noted that the Nanaimo Aquatic Centre is the largest contributor to greenhouse gas. Can you explain that to me?
The Aquatic Centre?
Yeah, you've got it as the largest contributor.
So it's the city's largest contributor to greenhouse gases because it uses a lot of natural gas in the boiler and so on. So just the way the heating system works for the pool and the building and so on, it consumes a lot of greenhouse gas, a lot of natural gas, which obviously produces a lot of carbon. So one of the opportunities is to convert a lot of that to electric and make it more efficient. So it's actually a huge opportunity there for us to reduce our carbon emissions significantly.
Perfect. Thank you.
And before I go to Councillor Turley, just to follow up on Councillor Martman's question, what percentage, or can you tell us, it's the largest contributor, but do you have any idea what percentage that represents of the city's contribution? I realize these numbers are really hard to pull out of the air to some extent. I mean, every time a vehicle drives or something like that, no. But there's no question in terms of the facilities, it's the place.
I'm going to ask Ms. McCaskill to come up here and provide an answer to that.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon. Your Worship, I don't have an answer, but we can absolutely get it for you. It's about 1,000 tons per year is what it's contributing. But in terms of the percentage and the portfolio, we can get that answer, but I don't have it immediately.
I don't want you to go to a pile of trouble. I'm just curious to know how much of an impact an improvement there would have.
It's absolutely a substantial impact that we could make in our carbon footprint.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Rosen. One of your slides under notable achievements, administration referred to over 30 permits processed in 2021, and I'm kind of curious as to what kind of permits these are, because I'm assuming they're not building permits.
Through Your Worship to Councillor Turley, no, they're not building permits. They're permits that are everything from film permits to somebody has like an oversized or an overweight truck and they want like a trucking permit, It could be a utility company that wants to work in the street. There's a whole series of permits that fall into that category.
Thank you.
Worship, I just thought of a connection with the aquatic staff and the issues in the Parks and Rec and culture areas. We could just turn down the temperature of the water and we would save the same amount of money.
I was going to say freeze the patrons out. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm using a new mic. Can you hear me?
Better, thank you.
The question I had is regarding the 2022 initiatives.
So I've got a solution to our budgetary problem. Shut the freaking pools. Reduce our greenhouse gases and save money.
You're on mute, Councillor Bonner.
Sorry, I switched screens there to look at what it was there, so it muted me again. It's regarding the 2022 traffic signal implementation management. And I was wondering, I think it was in our last budget, we went out to hire a traffic service, a signal service technician. Did that take place, and have they been doing work since then?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Bonner, yes, that was in the budget, and we have hired that individual, and they're making an excellent impact to the city's ability to understand the condition of our signals and improve the condition of that asset.
Thank you.
I think that's it, Mr. Rosen. Thank you very much. Mr. Sims, are you going to introduce Mr. Elliott, or is he just going to take the mic? Not an unfamiliar figure. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. Thank you for this opportunity to advise you and let you know what we do and what we do for the community. So, as you can see, we have a large piece of the operating budget for the city of Nanaimo. We operate a number of different areas that look after the operation and maintenance of the various divisions. So we're broken up into water resources, roads and traffic, fleet, sanitation, and utilities. And these provide service for the community and interact with other departments in a large way. So we have a few people here today. Brandon Miller, as Mr. Sims mentioned. He's our newest team member. He looks after fleet. Our roads and traffic manager, David Thompson, unfortunately isn't able to be here today, but he is watching, I'm sure. And neither is Mike Squire, our water resource manager. He's on a beach right now, actually. And manager of utilities is Dave Miles, and he's sitting up there, and sanitation is Taj Daliran. So they look after these areas, and part of the cycle that you see up there is what we do in a large way with engineering. So we look at understanding the planning, and Doris's group and that group work closely with all of these divisions in order to design, build, construct, operate and maintain, and then get back into the planning section when these utilities see end of life or are having problems. And that cycle is ongoing, and we include Parks and Rec in that dialogue and big collaboration. When it works well. When it doesn't work, it can be a problem. So as Mr. Sims mentioned, over the 40 years I've been here, I've not seen it actually with as much collaboration and synergy as what we're seeing currently. And I appreciate the support from council moving in that direction, because it's key to running a large ship. It takes a long time to turn around, and once you get it around where you want it to go, it's a good thing, and we've been maintaining that. So, hats off to Parks and Rec and development services, engineering, who we work closely with. Another area we work closely with is our HR department. So we rely on them to find and recruit and work with us to get the best candidates for the job. And they do an admirable job of that. We have a rigorous process that we go through, and they do a really good job of that. On the other side of that, holding people accountable is our job as managers, and we need their support in order to make people accountable for that. And they do a really good job of that, and we work closely with them in that area to ensure that we get the right staff to begin with, and then the staff that aren't performing or acting up, we can deal with those in an appropriate way. So through the pandemic, one of the things that Public Works has done is performed nonstop. It's business as usual. And I'd really like to thank our staff. They've been exceptional. QP has been very, very cooperative in understanding our operational needs through this time. And so hats off to them. They've really done an admirable job of helping us out. So we'll move into administration. This is a group that we have 3 staff that are face to the public. The calls, as you can see, we get a number of them. And fortunately, we have very talented, very dedicated staff on the phones and on the radios, which are able to deal with a lot of the calls without referring to a supervisor or a manager or creating a work order. They'll deal with those issues right off the bat. But as you can see, we do create a lot of work orders, and this would be our maintenance management system. And we'll get into that as we discuss, but Mr. Groot mentioned it and Mr. Rosen mentioned it, but the corporate asset management system is something that is dear to my heart. I've been, pounding this drum for 20 years now to move into this system. We currently use a Tempest work order system to establish what work needs to be done by which crew, and then if there's follow-up, how that reacts. It doesn't communicate well with things like finance or inventory or fleet, but this corporate asset management system will, and we're embarking on that now. Thank you to your support. And we should have a selection of a system soon. So, so considerations moving forward. So we, at 2020 Labio, we've had quite a few security issues, like everywhere else in the city. So we've been managing the security issues with additional security and upgrades to our area. And thank you to the RCMP. They come into our yard for gas, and they've been helping us out with patrols at the top of the yard, and just showing a presence there. And they actually brought in a police cruiser that had been in a bit of an accident, so we parked it up the top of the yard, and that definitely helped. We couldn't quite figure out how to get the lights to work at 2 a.m. in the morning, but anyway, appreciate their help in that. So moving over to roads and traffic, some of the things, though, the traffic signal technician, yes, we did hire that person, and they are performing very, very well. It's something that is needed. We have 53 controlled intersections in Nanaimo, and they've been doing a great job doing assessment, condition assessments, and understanding pattern flow, and working closely with Mr. Rosen's group, and definitely has been a good experience for us. And as you can see, we've worked for other divisions, RDN, and again with Mr. Rosen's group, or through Mr. Rosen's group with Mr. Rose and his team to do a lot of signage, regulatory signage, and so on. So considerations and opportunities, we do have identified that we're not spending enough on our roads. We need to look at spending more. We are doing preventative maintenance, which is at a lower cost and getting more longevity out of the roads. But this is something that we're going to have to look at in the future. Mr. Rosen mentioned a pilot, a project to review levels of service. So it was grant funded and it's just been kicked off now. And so more will come out of that. And there will be discussion with the public on that level of service and what their expectations are.
Mr. Elliott, can I ask, if the roads are deteriorating faster, is it a reflection of what were the standards at the time? Is it the volume of traffic? Is it, what are the factors that are impacting that?
So it's, part of it is leaving a road that is not in very good condition and then not addressing that. So we have a budget that we have for road rehab and maintenance, and we've identified that we're not spending quite enough money on that, and in order to maintain that. So addressing the cracking that goes on. I think the standards, they have improved and the asphalt quality has improved and the inspection of that service has improved, but overall, I think it's some of our roads have reached the end of the life before we've been able to rehab them.
Thank you.
So one of the areas that we've, again, collaborate with...
Councillor Bonner has a question as well. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Further to the mayor's question there, I remember when we first started, and I think we had this conversation last year, we were presented with reports showing the contractor was hired to scan every single road in the city of Nanaimo to ascertain the quality of the substrate and everything below so that they could actually plan ahead when the roads needed to be repaved. And we were told by doing it at a certain time, it would be literally saving us lots of money, and that we would know exactly when the roads were going to start deteriorating and we could get to them before that. And then now we're hearing, again, I think we heard it last year as well, that the roads are deteriorating faster than that report probably suggested that they were deteriorating. So I'm just wondering what was the value of the report that we got better on 3 years ago now, and why are things deteriorating faster than that report said they would be?
Yeah, so that would be the pavement management system report. And yeah, that is taken into account on the roads to understand the condition. And we've had various reports and ways that industry has evolved. And yeah, we use that information to understand the report. But it was identified that we are not spending enough money on our infrastructure and road infrastructure, and that's where we're seeing some failures on some of our existing roadways. Some of the other things which of course is level of service for the boulevard maintenance. We've in the past few years struggled with this, and so we work closely with Parks to understand which boulevards. We've redone all the mapping for this and do this through a contracted services, and have been able to improve that level of service. And we're going through, as we develop our new subdivisions and that, all of our boulevard mowing and the new medians. So we're continually upgrading that, and again, working collaboratively with Parks and Rec on that to provide a better level of service. And again, with snow and ice, we've got some new equipment we purchased this year that will be utilized on things like bike lanes and our areas that are tighter to get into. And on the larger snow and ice events, we will set up a DOC, a Departmental Operations Center at Public Works, and Parks is involved in that, and we're deploying equipment where most needed for the event. So we'll move into water supply and distribution. We've got Mike Squire's group. So one of the things I'd like to do is start out by commending previous councils. Here you see South Forks Dam. This is 1932. This was built to sustain water to the city of Nanaimo till 1974. The foresight in that was incredible, and really it's continued since that time, and we've been able to brag about our water system since then, and we have a very commendable water system, and it's, you know, bar none, some of the best water in the world. And we've been able to manage our consumption. As you can see, we've been maintaining a reduction over the years as our population has increased, and built a stellar water treatment plant, which is providing potable water for the almost 14 billion liters of water a year to the community. And we have all of our water staff are certified from level 2 to level 4 in EOCP certification. So everybody that touches the system is fully certified and has ongoing education with that certification. So considerations and opportunities. We all remember this event.
Mr. Late, Councillor Himmons has a question. Right.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm sorry to interrupt your presentation. Going back one slide, the 20% reduction in water usage over 10 years, is that due to public education? Is that due to a different billing? Can you just give me a sense of how we've been able to do that? It seems quite drastic.
So we work closely with the regional district in Nanaimo on an education program, and that includes things like reduction of smart irrigation systems with rain sensors on them, and holding public educational sessions at things like Home Depot and the providers, and toilet rebate program, efficiencies in utilities and appliances. And people are understanding that, yeah, water is precious and we should use it wisely. We're seeing more and more lawns becoming brown in the community. So yeah, it's a combination of education and programs that we've implemented and the industry has implemented.
And do you see that percentage increasing then? The 20% reduction in water consumption, are we on track to keep reducing?
Yes, so there's a good balance there. You have to be very careful because you need income to run the utility. So I know Australia had that problem where they cut reduction dramatically and then there weren't the funds to operate the system. So we want to be careful there, but yes, we've been able to push things out like a new dam further out because of this. But yeah, we're continually using this to save water. Our system is very tight. Our water loss is very, very good. We don't have a leaky system like a lot of municipalities. We're 100% metered, so we know what consumers are using. At a conference I was at, I had a discussion with somebody from West Van that was saying, we're not putting water meters in. Why would we spend that money, you know, thousands of dollars per meter? And I'm saying, well, you don't know what you're using unless you measure it. You've got these large lots in West Van that are built on rock rubble, and if the water's getting away, you will not know it. And the owner will not, they're not going to fix something that they don't know there's a problem with. So unless you're metering it, you won't know. And fortunately, Nanaimo's been ahead of the curve again in water, and we've been fully metered since the 70s.
Thank you.
Your Worship, if I could just add a couple of comments. One of the things that Ms. Mercer mentioned earlier today was that the user fee review around water, or maybe it was last week, user rate review for water and sewer will play into this question as well, so that we want to make sure, as Mr. Elliott referenced, we want to make sure we're getting the funding to run the system, but also incenting conservation to continue that decline in use. So getting the right price is an important piece of this.
So the Midtown Water project, which is a phased plan, again, that will replace the backbone of our north supply of water. Very important. When we had this break, appreciate a few of the councillors were out, and Mayor Krogh was there one day when I was out there, and it was quite evident that that pipe is at the end of its life, possibly prematurely, but it's not in great shape, and we wouldn't want this event happening again. This was not something we want to repeat. So some of the other things that we're doing is continue to work with development services, understanding where the growth is happening, and ensuring that the supply is there through engineering and the studies we're doing on the system, with working with the water model and our consultant corps who we rely on to do a lot of that work. And we are also protecting the system through our cross-connection control program. And that's been proved to be a successful program. So moving into sanitary sewer, from clean water to not so clean water. Mr. Rosen mentioned our video inspection and condition assessment program. We've had a very robust system. 12 years ago, or 15 years ago now, we bought it's called a lateral launcher camera. And I've explained this a few times to various people that'll listen to me because I'm proud of it. It's a piece of equipment that'll run up a sewer line with a second camera, a main camera, and then a secondary camera that goes up the service. So we can not only look at the condition and assess the condition of the sewer main, but we can also assess the condition of the sewer service to property line, and even inside property line if we dare go there. So we're just embarking on a new piece of equipment that will replace this, and unfortunately the supply chain disruption has had a delay in us getting that, but I'm told it's going to be here shortly. So that'll the crews will be very happy to see that come. And one of the areas of concern for MIABC is sewer backups, and I commend our operators and our system improvements and engineering for dealing with the concerns that we have through that cycle of operation maintenance and then putting forward the projects that need to be addressed. Our claims in sanitary sewer backup are very, very low compared to a lot of other municipalities. So the lads are doing a fine job. Lads and ladies are doing a fine job of that. A lot of our infrastructure is nearing the end of life, but again, through that established process of reviewing where the problems, where the pinch points are, they're within the critical ones are in the 5-year plan, and we look at that in each utility. So for water, sewer, roads, vehicles even, we're looking at that to make sure that we don't try to get too much life out of that. We get it in the 5-year capital plan. And once again, then that becomes defendable in the event of a failure or a backup, that at least we have a plan in place to have that replaced. And then we are growing at a large rate, so it's challenging, Our staffing levels have not grown a lot. We are lean, but again, that capital asset management system is going to and will be coming for staffing, whether it be internal or contract managers, is to understand where our efficiencies and needs are, and the information that'll flow out of that capital asset or corporate asset management system will be, identify these areas of where we do know we need additional staff, but this will help make decisions in not only which pieces of the utility to replace, but also where that lack in staffing is. So this is the CCTV video van I mentioned. The other thing that we are dearly trying to reduce is I&I, inflow and infiltration and inflows. We've been working on this for a number of years, and Harewood is one of our areas of concern. It's older infrastructure, and they put in a term is called a Harewood Y, where it was meant to be a secondary service. That rots, the end of it, the cap on it rots, and it turns into a conduit. And the soils in Harewood are they're not conducive to ground infiltration, water infiltration. They are very silty and clay ridden, so the water stays there. So any trench line will draw water into it and then get into the sewer system where there isn't a storm. So we work hard and closely with the RDN as part of our liquid waste management plan to continually reduce that infrastructure, that water getting into the infrastructure. So moving into, again, clean water and valuable rainwater. We also do video inspection condition assessments on that. We have a number of infrastructure within the city that we have to maintain. Catch basins, we're out there, actually, we have been out there all year cleaning them, and that allows us to run through a storm like we've just had, and the previous one, and the next one, and the next one, without disruption to staff being called out for flooding. 30 years ago, Public Works would turn into a beehive when we'd get a storm of, a marginal storm. And over the years, thanks to council's support and engineering's finding the pinch points, or us finding the pinch points, giving those to them, and then designing solutions for those, we've been able to have staff sleeping through the night, systems running the way they should. And that's thanks to, from January to December, there's maintenance happening every day on that stuff to make sure it's ready for the storms through the summer. So that's some of our staffing that we upgrade in the summer. We bring additional staff on, is making sure that those infrastructure systems are resilient when the storms do come. And we've been able to manage those storms quite well. Some of the other work we do is work with DFO, Ministry of Fisheries, Stream Keepers Associations to do things like rehabilitate Departure Creek. There's some definite issues there, and we every year we work closely with them on a various array of wetlands and creeks. So considerations and opportunities. Climate change is staring us in the face. I'll speak to a conference I was just at that it's amazing to see what is happening in this area, but we do have, we're not in as bad a shape as some municipalities that are low-lying areas or very low and close to sea level. We don't have we've addressed a lot of the high water events, such as around Bowen Road and Millstone River Bridge. That's rectified through construction of a new bridge and raising of that bridge. But yeah, we're continually working on that and working again with engineering on that. Some of the areas of initiatives for 2022, increased education for the public around groundwater recharging and understanding what infrastructure they have. A lot of the promotion of groundwater infrastructure involves their utility services to the mains. So their roof leaders and perimeter drains go into a drain that have perforated pipe that get into the ground before they reach the main to reduce the flows in the mains. And the education is important to the homeowner to understand not to put weeping willows and things like that around that area. And of course, we continue to work with engineering on the stormwater utility to pull that funding away from general and move it into a utility. So moving into fleet, we do sort of 10 to 20 procurements a year of vehicles. This year we've purchased only 2 electric vehicles, 4 last year, and we're looking at replacing 5 pickup trucks next year in electric style. And it'll depend on how those perform and how well the reviews on them are and what we're seeing moving forward. This is a fluid industry now where, things like Hyundai is developing hydrogen strategies around, is that the next wave? So there's a lot of that going on. It is fluid, but we're definitely part of that with our CNG purchases for all of our garbage trucks. Any of the big equipment now, we're clearly going away from diesel and into either CNG and electric for the fleet vehicles and the pickup trucks.
Councillor Turley has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can wait till the end because it's to do with sewage capacity, so I can ask the question afterwards. Thank you.
Sure. So, considerations are the industry in fleet is changing rapidly, as we've discussed. So education is a big thing, is keeping staff abreast of the new changes, having not just focusing on one specific area like electric. There are other options out there, but being prepared for it as we move forward. We're in discussion around how many outlets would we have at our public works? How would we charge those vehicles during the night? City of Vancouver has purchased an electric garbage truck, automated garbage truck. That was $1 million purchase. So we'll rely on those larger municipalities to do the research and understand how those are working out for them before we would step into something like that or come to council for those initiatives. And just more vehicle technology. Moving into sanitation, solid waste. So this has been a bit of a struggle. Mr. Dollyron has worked very hard to understand how the system works. He didn't know the difference between 5th Street and Wakesai when he got here, but we took the program that after we had adopted recycling in-house, it appeared that we were unbalanced. So we would collect larger volumes of recycling and lower weights of kitchen and organics and garbage. So what we ended up doing, we'd be running twice to the dump because we'd be half full of kitchen or organics and fully full of recycling. So we've modified the way the routes work. We've turned the whole thing upside down, changed it running from north to south, and now we go to the dump once a day. We're balanced. We're picking up more of the garbage and organics, less on each of the routes for recycling, and balancing that load. So the overtime has basically dropped to zero, which last year we were high overtime because of the fact that we were having to run around the city a lot, going back and forth to the dump. So that challenge is phase one. Phase two will be coming to you next week with a proposal around the service life or the lifespan of the garbage trucks. We're finding that they are, it was an ambitious plan to begin with. So we need to, that's the second piece of the puzzle, is to get the equipment. And then I think we're going to be sustainable, into the future. And that report will be coming to you shortly with lots of good details on that. The other piece of sanitation that we've just been dealt, and you're aware of it, I appreciate the letter from Mayor Crow to Recycle BC, or to the MLAs, but we've been dealt a card to say we're going to be dumping our recycling in Chemainus now as opposed to 10th Street. It wasn't expected and the timeline's short. However, we've finding solutions. We're working with our partner at RDN to come up with solid solutions, and all it takes is money. So we'll be coming to you with those solutions also. So some of our volumes and our weights have increased due to the pandemic. We're seeing that. We're definitely seeing that. We've seen a 56% increase from 2018 in the weights, and this has taxed us incredibly. So we've been managing that, and now we've got the program working right. We just need the equipment balanced now, and yeah, all of this increase has required us to put 20% more resources onto this collection, and that's been a struggle. But now that we've got it balanced, we're definitely on track with solving the problem that we did have, or that we have had. So considerations: continued pandemic, increased in collection demands. It's a problem. Everybody's buying from Amazon. Everybody's has been ordering takeout food and throwing everything into the trash, and that's been a bit of an issue. One of the things that we've accomplished by automation, which has had its challenges, but we're zero WCB claims this year. In the past years, we've seen those WCB claims go through the roof because it was all manual. It was all lifting garbage cans and repetitive injuries. And looking back, we should have done this earlier. However, we're on track now. So it's good to see. The only problem is our staff is now don't have a gym membership built into the job. They actually have to go buy a membership. However, they're walking straight and at work and not off. So initiatives, education, and then we'll get into consequences of not doing that, but we need to reduce. So I mentioned I was at a conference, Coast Waste Management Conference recently, and it's interesting. I was at this conference 3 years ago, and it's completely changed. It shows the fluidness of this industry. It is, we need to change the way we do business. This is unsustainable, and it's very enlightening to see these groups that are out there that were at the conference that are young, educated, and passionate about fixing some of the problems we have. And I think if Mr. Musk and Bezos, weren't looking for a new planet to go to and spent some of their resources on this one, and support some of these industries that are out there doing amazing work on cleaning up beaches and finding ways to repurpose things like milk cartons and some really positive stuff going on there. It was a very enlightening conference to go to. And again, our partners at RDN were there and very supportive of us working together. And that's the end of my presentation. Oh, sorry. We have the clean team, community clean team. So this has been a pilot project. This team of 2 people work closely with bylaw. It's proven to be a very valuable resource and service. Mr. Deliron, who worked for the City of Victoria, had this initiative down there, and he's taken a number of crew down to see that, and I've seen it myself on my own. I went down and talked to them, and they're doing some amazing stuff down there. And this has proven to be a very good program. We'll be coming to you with a business case on this. Again, it's been a pilot project for over this year, and we're looking forward to continuing this program on.
Mr. Elliott, thank you very much. Councillor Turley and then Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Elliott. I have a question and then a comment. The question is to do with sewer pipe capacity. When a new project is proposed, particularly a larger residential project, kind of as an infill, I'm assuming, hopefully, that Development Services would discuss things about whether the existing sewer lines have the capacity to handle the extra load.
Yes, there is sewer modeling that goes on, so all of that development proposals is referred to engineering, and engineering has feedback from us on where we're having problems, but they also have the modeling that they do on the sewer condition, capacity, and 5-year capital plan. What is in that plan?
Great, thank you. That's the answer I was wanting, because I had a citizens complaining about, we're going to have sewage overflow in downtown. I don't think so. Anyway, the comment I'd like to make is one of the policies as a longtime business person was that I never wanted to be number 1 in line with some new idea or technology. I always wanted to be number 2 or 3, because that's number 1 makes all the mistakes and you can learn from that. So kudos to you for having that as well. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment. I had the opportunity to spend time with the RCMP Bike Patrol a few weeks ago, and so I saw how the Community Clean Team works with Bike Patrol, and it was slick. And RCMP were deeply appreciative of that work, so I just wanted to pass that along.
Appreciate the feedback. That's, and we work closely with bylaw in a number of areas, and they've been happy with the service, and we collaborate a lot on what works and what doesn't.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. Yep, sorry. Yep, Councillor Bonner, sorry. How can I forget you?
But all right, Your Worship, you're not the only one. If I may ask a question, I'm looking back at the 2022 Considerations and Opportunities Solid Waste Management screen, and I'm looking at the collected materials by stream. And from a business point of view, you always want to create a product that's scalable, so that as the demand increases, then you can actually accommodate the demand. So it looks like we've accommodated demand, but I'm seeing that we're not accommodating the cost of this demand. Is that correct? And the reason I'm bringing this up is in order to encourage people to recycle more and put less garbage in the garbage, there has to be some sort of incentive to do that. And just doing the right thing because it helps the planet doesn't necessarily always work. So generally there's a monetary incentive involved in here. So we've increased our waste streams considerably in organics and in waste, like more than double. But our cost for that, our cost has increased, but the cost to the consumer, i.e. our taxpayers, hasn't necessarily increased correspondingly. Is that something we're looking at, or are we just going to keep the lack of incentive to properly recycle out of the system? What is what I'm seeing here?
Yeah, so that was my comment on education. We have a new zero waste coordinator, and that person is just coming into the system now, and they will be working on a program. We have a plan laid out for reduction of waste, and that will also be coming to council on the plan for that. And yeah, there will be mainly education, and then once we hit a point where people should understand not to be reducing in the wrong area, so contamination is a problem for us, then come the cost, the fines. We need people to understand this is really important, because if you want to continue to not, or to throw out more and not do it correctly, then the costs will go up, and we'll just have to pass it along. But I think once people are educated, and you'll see that in communities, I know a few people in my neighborhood that they're passionate. They are now recyclers. And with some of the stuff that's going on at the Coast Waste Management Conference, there's a lot of information out there that's incentivizing people to understand better how to recycle, how not to waste so much. And a lot of it's got to be put back on the suppliers through things like Recycle BC, and make them think about how they package and how sustainable they are in delivery of services to the public.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Your Worship. That just brought up a thought that I had through you to Mr. Elliott. I'm one of these fortunate people, I guess, or unfortunate, that has my 21-year-old, soon to be 22-year-old grandson living with me. And I have to constantly go through the recycle bin to pull out stuff that he's just dumped in because he's not bothering to look. Is there a source of a sheet of some sort that one could print off that delineates what can go and recycle, what can go to a recycle location that we take ourselves? I'm sure there must be. For the public's sake, we probably should mention it. So thank you.
So through the chair, Councillor Turley, it is, we're working on that today, actually, the new calendar. We have information there. There's information on the app, the recycle, or the app we have for recycling and collection. And it's also on the lids of the blue, green, and black container, that do's and don'ts and what's on there. But that will be rolling out with our new zero waste coordinator, is more and more information on that, and things that the public, as we move out of the pandemic, at things like Woodgrove and Port Place Mall and various locations like that, and VIU, getting them on board. And some of these groups through Coast Waste Management, they are passionate to get that messaging out there and understanding to the public.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Gessenbach.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And yeah, it's quite striking to see the numbers in solid waste. And I think, yeah, I look forward to what gets presented around a zero waste and circular economy strategy. And I think around, public education and that, I know it's been about 4 or 5 years now that the Nanaimo Recycling Exchange hasn't been around, and they played a large role in keeping that awareness and pressure both on private industry and then also just in the community on the awareness around recycling and it's something, a gap that I think we need to pay attention to, and what role that is and how we can fill that. My question is actually around the stormwater utility. I just curious, I saw that there was like an initial review, and I'm just curious in terms of the development of a stormwater utility, whereabouts are we kind of in that process, and what is it going to look like, you know, as it's being presented to council in the future, in the development of that?
Yeah, so Mr. Rosen's group has a consultant on side with reviewing what other municipalities are doing and how that's been moving forward. One of the things we want to do, there's a number of ways of doing it, but we want to make it achievable and not too taxing on the residents. And there's, as I say, a number of different ways to do it. So I'll let Mr. Rosen speak to the process, where we're at in the process, but yeah.
Mr. Rosen.
We're actually fairly early in the process. So we've engaged a consultant. They've developed a bit of a strategy for us, and we'll be presenting that to council in actually probably a few weeks. So it'll give council a little bit of background on what a stormwater utility is, different examples from different communities around the province that have them right now, and sort of the pros and cons. A lot of it is around equity, like using the service and the equity of paying for that service. So it's really, that's the primary focus of it. It can be quite a controversial thing for a community to go through that. So we're going to have to take it sort of one step at a time, make sure there's a lot of engagement and so on. So it's not going to be something that we can implement very, very quickly. So it's going to start with introducing the idea to council and to the community, developing a bit of a roadmap for going forward, and that's going to be occurring over sort of 2022, probably 2023 would be the earliest we would be able to implement it. But that would be, I think Victoria's took about 6 years for them to implement from start to finish.
Great, thank you. And just to follow up to that, and maybe it's Mr. Sims' a question, but just around, I know I saw it floating around on the strategic plan document for a while for 2022, and it was sort of a scan of our natural asset management and doing an inventory for the community. And I'm just curious if that is still on the books or what the plan is for that. And I can't remember if it sat in Public Works and Engineering or what.
Through your worship, Councillor Gasselbrecht, yes, that is an initiative that staff have planned, and there actually is an item in the budget for us to engage a consultant to help with that. It's out in 2023 though, so just for financial reasons to balance the budget, we had to push that one out a little bit longer than we would have liked. We would have liked to have started it in 2022, but it's set in 2023.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosen. Mr. Elliott, thank you very much. Mr. Sims, others?
Thank you.
I'm not aware of any other reports or business. I assume there was no question period unless staff are up to it. Mr. Rudolph.
Worship, do you want a brief reminder of what we're doing on Friday and next Wednesday? I think for yourselves and the public might be helpful. I was wondering if Ms. Mercer could speak to the process and then that type of thing.
Ms. Mercer.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Yes, so on Friday, we'll be back discussing the 5-year project plan and what's included in that. So giving you some highlights of the changes that have been included for 2022. And then we'll go through just a list of all the discussion items that we'll go over on November 10th, just to give you an idea of what the topics are that we're going to discuss and have council provide a direction for us on the 10th. So next Wednesday, which is the 10th, we'll be back. We'll give a brief recap because we have we have better information for our benefits. So we'll come back and update you on kind of where we sit after that, and just a little recap on a couple other things, and then we'll go right into the discussion slides. So there's a few slides that we will go through, so it'll take us some time to do that.
Thank you very much. Motion to adjourn. Moved, Councillor Hemmons, seconded Councillor Martman. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for attending today. Much appreciated.